Chapter 1027. The myriad tribulation is here. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, waiting for the gray clouds to descend slowly. Immortal zombie Bo Qing also squinted, his muscles tensed up. But the gray clouds did not seem to cause any damage. What's going on? Is there a harmless myriad tribulation? Feng Yuan was nervous for a long time, but there was no movement. His hands touched his body as he shouted in shock. Immortal zombie Bo Qing did not answer him. Some of the celestial court Gu immortals recognized this as the myriad tribulation, gray memory. But Feng Yuan and Mo Yao's remnant souls did not know this. But soon, Feng Yuan and Mo Yao's remnant souls realized something. Because after Spectral Soul was trapped in the gray fog, the fog moved and the gray parts of his memories appeared. His childhood experiences, the dangers of his youth, in his entire life, Spectral Soul's mental interrogation, as well as the choices he made in his life. At the same time, Tai by Yunxing carried Feng Yuan and flew out. He Lulan took a final glance at the gray fog in the sky before following closely behind. Inside Feng Yuan's body, Wuxia was trapped in a dream realm, facing star constellation Immortal Venerable. He gritted his teeth, shouting madly as he pounced towards star constellation Immortal Venerable. In the end, he missed his target. This was a dream realm, so close yet worlds apart. He seemed to be very close to star constellation Immortal Venerable, but no matter how many steps he took, the distance between him and star constellation Immortal Venerable did not change. Star constellation Immortal Venerable played her zither, but she did not recite a poem. The zither music was clear and melodious, like the sound of a mountain spring. It was a stark contrast to Wuxia's exasperation. Let me out, let me out. Providence. You damned Providence. He pointed at star constellation Immortal Venerable, cursing in pain. But star constellation Immortal Venerable was unmoved. She did not show any joy or anger. Wuxia blinked, forcing himself to calm down as he muttered, "Don't panic, calm down, calm down. I know everything about lead soul into dreams. This dream hasn't reached the level of manifestation yet. It will eventually dissipate and won't trap me forever. Also, the Gu immortals around Feng Yuan. I'm afraid he'll save me too. As soon as I wake up, I'll immediately return and reveal Feng Yuan's identity. Now, I just hope that when I wake up, I won't be too far from Yitian Mountain." But Wuxia was destined not to get what he wanted. Because next, He Lulan and Tai by Yunxing encountered a southern border Gu immortal. Both sides fought while retreating. Not only did He Lulan and Tai by Yunxing not have the time to think of a way to wake Wuxia up, they were even further away from Yitian Mountain. Wuxia and immortal zombie Bo Qing were trapped on the ground, unable to move because of the collapse. Waves of gray mist flickered with blurred colors, constantly changing images as they revolved around immortal zombie Bo Qing. Those were Mo Yao's early memories. As a mutant, he had a tragic history of being ostracized. Immortal zombie Bo Qing sneered. Facing the trauma of his past, Mo Yao's remnant soul showed a resolute side. "Strange. Why are you not affected by the gray mist?" Bo Qing looked at Wuxia who was beside him. Feng Yuan thought, I want to know the answer to this as well. According to common sense, gray memory affected Spectral Soul and Mo Yao's remnant soul. There was no reason that it would not affect Feng Yuan's soul. But there was no movement around Feng Yuan. Evidently, this myriad tribulation gray memory let Feng Yuan off. Feng Yuan did not get exposed. Could it be that this is the will of the heavens deliberately conniving? Earlier, Providence did not interfere with He Lulan and Tai by Yunxing because it wanted them to bring my body out. Far away from here? Feng Yuan had many guesses in his mind, but behind these guesses, there was an icy coldness. When Feng Yuan thought about it, his hair stood on end. He felt a lot of fear. But now, facing immortal zombie Bo Qing's suspicion, Feng Yuan could only play dumb. I don't know either. Feng Yuan scratched his head, pointing forward. But this is quite interesting. Bo Qing snorted coldly. It seems that you have just been born and only have 18 hours of lifespan. You have no time to experience these things. Mo Yao's remnant soul inside immortal zombie Bo Qing did not suspect Fang Yuan. Most of its attention was on Spectral Soul. Mo Yao's remnant soul was very worried about Spectral Soul's main body. Next, the gray mist showed the scene of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable inheriting the Beastman Gu Immortal's food path true inheritance. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's nature made Fang Yuan gasp in shock. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were in an uproar, but they were in phantom form and could not attack. At this time, the third myriad tribulation descended in the sky, grand clear space. Countless green birds attacked Spectral Soul with terrifying might. Fang Yuan's and Mo Yao's remnant soul's expressions changed. Next, Fang Yuan saw all sorts of scenes in the gray mist. Sacred Feather City, thieving heaven's true inheritance, inside 88-point Xianxia Tower, Red Lotus in the River of Time. So Spectral Soul Demon Venerable already knew the location of Sacred Feather City when he was alive. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's name is Ben Jiesun. Even though he is an otherworldly demon like me, he is not from Earth. Lifespan Gu. It seems that providence is the greatest restriction of immortal venerables and demon venerables. Red Lotus. Ghost Face. The last time my rebirth failed, it was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who helped me. I understand now, in the previous life, the great strength true martial immortal zombie was killed, the 10 extreme formation could not be completed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable used me to start anew. What? The Legends of Renzu is Renzu's true inheritance. Next, Fang Yuan saw that Spectral Soul, who was using the soul-devouring method, suffered in front of the Golden Light Soul. He saw that 7 of the 10 split souls returned to the human world. Next, combined with the gray memories of Mo Yao's remnant soul, he learned about the cause of Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu's creation, as well as the grudge between Bo Qing and Mo Yao. Is that soul emitting golden light and sleeping soundly the verdant great sun? The one formed from Renzu's right eye? Bo Qing is Qing. That purple is actually Tai by Yunxing's master, the Zishan Makoto that I made up. So back then, this was the truth of Mo Yao and Bo Qing's history. Providence. It turns out that these superb immortal Gu materials are all over Providence. Shadow Sect was wary of them and had to give them up. After I obtained them, they did not seem to pose any threat to me. But what about in the future? If I carry these immortal materials with me, does that mean I will receive the attention of Providence? So that's it. Shadow Sect's Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Dali is the suppressed rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. Everything makes sense now. At this time, the myriad tribulation of grand clear emptiness dissipated. Dark oil poison's myriad tribulation descended and continued to destroy Spectral Soul. The following scenes made Fang Yuan even more shocked. He finally understood the secret of possessing Spring-Autumn Cicada. Shadow Sect already knew about it. Because of Shadow Sect's help, even after he destroyed 88-point Xianxia Tower, he was not exposed for so long. Instead, Qin Bai Sheng and the rest from Shadow Sect. They blocked the calamity for him and fought a bloody battle against Feng Jioga and the rest. Shadow Sect was so powerful, they actually deduced all the calamities and tribulations. The secret of rebirth. I possess Spring-Autumn Cicada. After this battle, everyone knows about it. Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul seemed to want to make use of my otherworldly demon identity, but it backfired and caused Shadow Sect's Northern Plains branch to be almost wiped out. No, from a certain perspective. Doesn't this show how powerful Providence is? Shadow Sect can deduce all the calamities and tribulations. What method did they use? This is simply a great weapon for passing tribulations. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable seems to have become the strongest venerable. He might have been on par with other venerables when he was alive, but he created the soul-devouring method through the food path true inheritance. He could also seize other cultivation memories and experiences. Thus, he did not raise attainment levels directly like Dream Realms. But after so many years of accumulation and development, he dabbled in many other paths. He definitely has great Grandmaster attainment in Formation Path and Wisdom Path. It is not strange for him to deduce all the calamities and tribulations. In this case, it is too abnormal for him to be unmoved. Could it be? Did he do this on purpose? Dark oil poison and gray memory faded, but the thorn dragon tribulation descended. Heaven Overseeing Tower used its final counterattack. It could actually manipulate the myriad tribulation to attack the 10 extreme formation. Spectral Soul's defensive battle. Fang Yuan, who was witnessing this, was tongue-tied. He had once been proud of his accumulated battle techniques, but compared to Spectral Soul, it was nothing. Eventually, Heaven Overseeing Tower broke apart, Celestial Court's side lost, even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was sacrificed. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Spectral Soul's physique. He was only a few meters tall. He was no longer as solid as before, his aura was weak. Mo Yao's remnant soul controlled his immortal zombie body to fly into the sky, questioning Spectral Soul, but he was killed. Are you the last obstacle to me? Hee, such a pity. If it wasn't for Xianxia's warning before he died, you might have caused some trouble. But now, did you forget that all of your sword path immortal goo are the wills of my split souls? Did you forget who was the one secretly feeding them all these years? Spectral Soul's words made Fang Yuan's heart tighten. Using this period of time, he had already comprehended a lot of the contents of Lead's soul into Dream. This was also because he only had goo worms that were used to create Lead's soul into Dream. Even though Shadow Sect designed this killer move for him, it was divided into several levels according to his cultivation level. But Wuxia organized them well, piling all the goo worms he needed into a pile. By doing so, he would be able to use goo worms more quickly and simply, and activate killer moves more quickly. But at the same time, it made it easier for Fang Yuan to comprehend the profundities within. Fang Yuan understood, against Spectral Soul's main body, I might only have one chance to attack. If I fail this time, even if I have attitude goo, once Spectral Soul reacts, I will not have another chance. Spectral Soul swallowed Mo Yao's remnant soul as he said to Fang Yuan, Wuxia, protect me. If you protect me, it will only take a dozen or so breaths of time to complete the task. Fang Yuan had a calm mind. He flew up and stood beside Spectral Soul, looking around vigilantly. There is no chance. The Celestial Court's goo immortals sighed as they retreated. After tens of thousands of years of planning and painstaking effort, I finally succeeded in refining this rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo today. With this immortal goo, I can surpass all the venerables in history, I will have half a heavenly demon body, I will reach a supreme realm that no one has ever reached. All the past immortal venerables and demon venerables are not my match. Even if Renzu revives, he will lose to me. Spectral Soul raised his head and laughed. Sovereign immortal fetus goo? Fang Yuan had a thought. What is the use of this goo worm? It can allow Spectral Soul to reach a supreme realm that no one has ever reached? Is this realm the same as eternal life? But at the final juncture, I cannot be careless. Spectral Soul squinted as he started to investigate. Fang Yuan's heart almost skipped a beat. But in the end, Spectral Soul only breathed out to get rid of the investigative goo worm. As I expected. The final line of the poem shows the true use of ghostly concealment. It is to defend against the senses of ghosts. Back then, thieving heaven demon venerable was able to steal Luopa Valley and Dang Hun Mountain. He could travel through obsession death domain without being harassed by countless souls because of this move. Thus, Spectral Soul did not suspect me. It seems that the soul in Wuxia's body is also his split soul. Only towards myself would he have such unreserved trust. Next, Fang Yuan watched as Spectral Soul flew towards sovereign immortal fetus goo. At the final juncture, Fang Yuan calmed down. He was no longer nervous. The poem's hint was for him to destroy this sovereign immortal fetus goo. Because immortal goo were fragile, they could be destroyed easily. But for Spectral Soul, no matter how weak he was, there were risks and uncertainties in dealing with him. But Fang Yuan decided to deal with Spectral Soul directly and take sovereign immortal fetus goo. Led soul into dream. He suddenly attacked. He did not comprehend the entire move. This was an incomplete immortal killer move. It was weaker than the original rank 8 version. But at this moment, Spectral Soul was already extremely weak. Fang Yuan succeeded in one move. Next, he left Wuxia's body and copied spectral soul, letting his soul float into sovereign immortal fetus Gu. At this moment, he got rid of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions, he obtained spectral souls, tens of thousands of years of planning, he sacrificed countless lives and paid a huge price. This was the result of his hard work. Chapter 1028. Fang Yuan's soul flew out of the pure dream reality seeker physique body, entering this mysterious rank 9 immortal Gu. The moment he touched it, Fang Yuan felt an unparalleled suction force. This immortal Gu that was named Sovereign Immortal Fetus by Spectral Soul seemed to be impatient with his soul. Fang Yuan's soul entered it. It felt like he had fallen into the undercurrent of falling heavenly river. At once, his soul was sucked in by the immortal Gu. It started to melt at an unbelievable speed. Fang Yuan could not think. He felt like he had entered a deep and profound darkness. But this darkness was not cold, it was warm. It was like a baby returning to his mother's womb, swimming in amniotic fluid. And outside, after Fang Yuan's soul entered the rank 9 immortal Gu, thunder rumbled in the sky. It seemed to be extremely furious but helpless. Sovereign immortal fetus Gu started to shine. First, it was white light. It turned from a transparent white to pure white, and then to a dense milky white. Next, a bit of red appeared in the white light. The red color spread rapidly, causing the light to turn slightly red, then pink and finally bright red. It was like fire. After the red light, it turned into orange light. The orange light turned into yellow light. The colors continued to change until it finally turned black. Within the black light, sovereign immortal fetus Gu continued to collide. It was originally the size of a finger, but now it was the size of a basin. Inside this pitch-black ball, there was an ink-black ball. A placenta was emitting bright colors. It was faintly discernible. A wave of vitality was brewing within, and it was continuously strengthening and rising high into the sky. The white mist quietly shrouded it. The surrounding temperature fell rapidly. The fog turned into pure white frost, covering the surface of the ball. Next, lightning flashed and coiled around the ball, forming an electric net. The lightning collided and created sparks. When the sparks landed on the white frost, not only were they not extinguished, they ignited the frost instead. The white frost turned into streams of qi. It wrapped around the ball. Green patterns. Gradually, it appeared on the surface of the ball. Soon, it turned from illusory to solid. Countless branches and vine leaves grew. The branches were yellow and withered. The vine leaves were green. Soon, the vines blossomed and bore fruit at a speed visible to the naked eye. These purple fruits emitted a very pleasant fragrance. But the appearance of the fruit, however, it was extremely ugly and full of holes, as if it had decayed for a long time. All sorts of changes were unimaginable. At first glance, it seemed to be chaotic and disorderly, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to contain a strand of the supreme truth of the world. As the outside world continued to change, the placenta in the ball grew stronger and stronger. In the end, after 81 transformations, the sphere turned into soil, and the nascent embryo inside grew to its limit. It turned into an infant with 4 limbs. Suddenly, the ball that was wrapped around him was completely shattered, and the baby was born. The baby boy was full of celestial court. Her eyes were as resplendent as the stars. Her skin was white and tender, her arms and legs were like lotus roots, and her cheeks were flushed red. She was tender and adorable, exuding an aura of an immortal. An invisible force enveloped his entire body, making him immune to damage and safe and sound. The baby slowly descended to the ground. During this process, he grew rapidly. From birth to 2 to 3 years old, it only took a breath's time. 4 to 5 years old, 6 to 7 years old, 11 to 12 years old. When his feet landed on the ground, he was already a 16-year-old young man. His skin was still white, but it was not the pale white of weakness, nor was it a delicate white. It was clean and plain white. His long hair was black and shiny, reaching his waist. He was slightly skinny. There was not a trace of fat on his body. His nose was tall and straight, but the most attractive thing about him was his pair of eyes. The star-like light had already been completely restrained, turning into a pair of deep jade ponds. His lips, on the other hand, were a little plump, revealing a healthy rosy color. Right now, they were tightly pursed, showing this person's unwavering determination. This young man was naturally Fang Yuan. At this moment, he blinked as he looked at his young body, feeling shocked. A brand new body? This body was created by Spectral Soul and the Shadow Sect after tens of thousands of years of hard work. It was not as simple as it looked on the surface. The profundities within were yet to be discovered by Fang Yuan. At this moment, Fang Yuan's first feeling was that this body was incomparably compatible with his soul. For example, his previous immortal zombie body was like a set of clothes made from withered leaves. Then this body would be like soft and close-fitting silk. Everything seemed different. Fang Yuan felt like he had walked out of a dark alley, seeing the blue sky and white clouds. His mind was broadened. This is the effect of sovereign immortal fetus goo that Spectral Soul refined with great effort? Rebirth. And once rebirth, I will have rank 6 cultivation level. Fang Yuan's goo immortal aura was not fake. He had made the right bet. Even though he did not know how to use this immortal goo. But seeing Spectral Soul flying towards the immortal goo, Fang Yuan did the same thing. While thinking, Fang Yuan looked at the sky again. Over there, Spectral Soul was still in a dream realm. This was within Fang Yuan's expectations. After all, Spectral Soul was in a bad state earlier. And Wuxia's body was not controlled by Fang Yuan's soul, it was floating in the air with its eyes closed, not moving. Fang Yuan shouted, "Come back!" Immediately, a large group of goo worms flew out of Wuxia's body. Earlier, when Fang Yuan's soul entered sovereign immortal fetus goo, the goo worms he carried were left inside the pure dream reality seeker goo. Now, Fang Yuan summoned these goo worms back with a single call. Attitude goo, unravel mystery immortal goo, change soul immortal goo, as well as many other soul path and dream path mortal goo. Wuxia still has many dream path immortal goo on him. How do I take them out? Fang Yuan frowned. He was troubled. Earlier, he used attitude goo to disguise himself and activate the immortal killer move leads soul into dream. Even though he succeeded in ambushing Spectral Soul, these dream path goo worms' wills seemed to have reacted. They could not be used by Fang Yuan anymore. Not just the immortal goo in his body, Wuxia's body also has great research value. Fang Yuan suddenly turned around and saw an immortal zombie in the sky, flying over with an aggressive aura. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, his lips curled up as he thought, "You are finally here." It was him. More accurately speaking, Wuxia's soul was controlling Fang Yuan's original immortal zombie body. Right now, Fang Yuan had just obtained a new body. He was still adapting to it. The goo worms on him could not compare to the immortal zombie body. But Fang Yuan was not nervous at all. He waited for Wuxia's arrival with anticipation. "You are." Wuxia hesitated. He slowly approached Fang Yuan and sized him up. Fang Yuan pretended to be friendly. He placed his hands behind his back and pretended, "Wuxia, I have succeeded. A mere Fang Yuan's soul has already dissipated." "You are not the main body. If it was the main body, wouldn't there be no reaction from my split soul?" Wuxia's eyes shined with brilliance. He reacted and exposed Fang Yuan's true identity. Oh, ghostly concealment became a flaw instead. But if I can use familiar face, I should be able to deceive him. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. He laughed in spite of himself. He was calm and unruffled, his eyes shining with confidence as if he had control of the situation. "You are Fang Yuan." Wuxia immediately understood. He gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. He was so angry that his internal organs were burning. His anger was completely understandable. His side had worked so hard for tens of thousands of years, they finally obtained results. From the looks of it, to think that Fang Yuan had succeeded. Wuxia shouted as he pounced towards Fang Yuan. He wanted to cut Fang Yuan into 1,000 pieces. The two were 100 steps apart. Fang Yuan revealed a smile as if his scheme had succeeded. Wuxia, don't you find it strange? Fixed immortal travel is my immortal goo. How can you use it? Wuxia's expression froze. Back then, he had been anxious and subconsciously used it. He had not considered this. Now that he was reminded by Fang Yuan, he knew something was amiss. His aura was obstructed and fell drastically. You can use fixed immortal travel. I naturally lent it to you. I wanted you to rush over. Most of my accumulations are with my original body. Fang Yuan continued. Since he knew that he was going to swap souls with Wuxia, with his personality and methods, why would he not make some arrangements? Firstly, he had hidden a large amount of Fang Yuan's fake will in his mind. Because of this, after he woke up, he only wanted to rush back. He neglected many things. Just like in Imperial Court Blessed Land, when Imo Yao's fake will plotted against Fang Yuan. Secondly, Fang Yuan had instilled special will into his goo worms. What was special will? In 88-point Jinyang Tower, Giant Sun Immortal had left behind a vast number of special wills. He would take specific actions under specific conditions. Like now. Fang Yuan looked at Wuxia getting closer, his smile becoming wider. He shouted, "Still not coming back?" Swoosh. A large group of goo worms flew out. Most were mortal goo, but there were also immortal goo. Like swallows returning to their nest, they flew into Fang Yuan's embrace. Wuxia stared with wide eyes, extremely shocked. In an instant he was alone and defenseless. In his body, only spring-autumn cicada was left. He could not use it yet. The situation was completely different now. Fang Yuan's original arrangement was like this. As long as Wuxia controlled Fang Yuan's body and returned to a certain range of Tian Mountain. When someone shouted, "Still not coming back," these goo worms would fly out and enter the hands of the person who shouted. These goo worms were originally Fang Yuan's. Now that they were back, he could move them freely like before. Back then, Fang Yuan did not know how to use sovereign immortal fetus goo. He could not predict that he would revive and obtain another body. He was worried that it would be inappropriate to use Wuxia's goo worms. Accidents might happen. He needed his own goo worms to increase his battle strength at the crucial moment. Of course, the special will that Fang Yuan had instilled did not stop there. Once the time limit was exceeded, these goo worms, be they mortal or immortal, would self-destruct. The enemy would often be one's own teacher. Fang Yuan had suffered so much from Giant Sun's special will and Imo Yao's fake will, how could he not learn a thing or two? With a wave of his hand, Fang Yuan easily sent Wuxia flying. Everything is over. He walked towards Wuxia. Looking at himself, in his eyes, he sighed with complex emotions. Chapter 1029. Everything is over. Looking at Wuxia, who was at his feet, Fang Yuan sighed. After realizing that he had been secretly manipulated, Wuxia's heart was filled with despair. He gave up completely. He knew he had completely lost. There was no hope for him to turn the tables. But right at this moment, a change occurred. With a light explosion, Wuxia's soul and Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body self-destructed in an instant. The immortal zombie body, the Dao marks, and Wuxia's soul were all turned into nutrients and offered to Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada activated. A ray of jade light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. Spring-Autumn Cicada entered the river of time again. Fang Yuan turned pale with fright. What happened? What the hell is going on? Spring-Autumn Cicada was instilled with special thoughts. How could Wuxia activate it? Looking at his expression at that time, he already had no will to resist. How could he activate my Spring-Autumn Cicada? Could it be that he is also acting? Spring-Autumn Cicada is my item. I also put extra precautions on it. How could Wuxia activate it? Fang Yuan was filled with shock and doubt. He could not find an answer to all these questions. Standing on the spot, Fang Yuan did not move. He was like a stone statue. This change happened too suddenly. Soon, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. What should I do? How should I face this? Fang Yuan had relied on Spring-Autumn Cicada to turn the tables many times, turning the tides and turning the tides. But now, facing someone else using Spring-Autumn Cicada, he suddenly realized that he had no way to deal with it. His time path foundation was too weak. Without spring-autumn cicada, he had almost no achievements in this aspect. Did I miscalculate? What else did I not consider? Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, cold sweat dripping from his forehead to the corners of his eyes and then down his face. He could not think of an answer. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. There is no other way, I have already done my best. At that time, if Fang Yuan had not followed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions in the dream realm to swap souls, he would have completely failed. He could not turn the tables. There was no way he could have come this far. Don't tell me, this happened because I did not follow Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions and destroyed Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo? The spring-autumn cicada has yet to recover. Only death awaits. No, that's not right. Fang Yuan suddenly remembered that the Shadow Sect still had a backup plan. That was the ghost face Red Lotus in the River of Time. In a split second, a chill ran through his entire body, and his hair stood on end. You have to be prepared for the worst in everything. If he succeeds in his rebirth, what will happen to me? As Fang Yuan was thinking, he felt his vision begin to blur. No, it wasn't his vision that was blurred. Instead, the entire world became blurry under the power of the time path. Because of Wuxia's rebirth, everything was changing. It was like a gust of wind blowing into his ears. Wuxia quivered and reacted, exclaiming, How is this the River of Time? What's going on? How was the spring-autumn cicada activated? How can my consciousness replace Fang Yuan and exist in the spring-autumn cicada? His doubts were no less than Fang Yuan's. Although he was the person involved, he had arrived in the River of Time in a daze. The River of Time's water was surging. A huge wave slammed towards the spring-autumn cicada. In Wuxia's will, it immediately became chaotic, screaming for its death. The spring-autumn cicada was extremely weak. If it was hit by this wave, it had no chance of survival. Sigh. So that's it? Sigh. At this critical moment, the voice rang out. A ghost face appeared in the River of Time. The ghost face had a bitter expression. It opened its mouth and spat out a red lotus. The red lotus bloomed, blocking the huge wave. Next, a formless suction force sucked the spring-autumn cicada that carried Wuxia's will into the heart of the red lotus. In an instant, Wuxia's will entered a dark red space. And here, another will condensed into spectral soul demon Venerable's form. He was sitting cross-legged in the air, smiling bitterly at him. The main body is actually still in the River of Time. Did he leave you as a backup? Wuxia's will was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. Spectral soul demon Venerable's will nodded, then shook his head. You were once a split soul of the main body. You should remember me. Unfortunately, because of the pure dream reality seeker physique, your memories have dissipated. So, this can't be helped. Do you think I wanted to? Wuxia's will was extremely vexed. Also, what is going on? I thought that I had fallen into Fang Yuan's hands and was plotted against by him. I was dead for sure. Why did I appear in the River of Time? Also, I clearly can't use the spring-autumn cicada. Why did it suddenly activate? Spectral soul demon Venerables will sighed again. I was a parasite in this red lotus true inheritance and observed the entire process. I only just realized. You were able to enter here because Providence helped you. Spring-autumn cicada was also activated by Providence. What? This answer almost caused Wuxia's will to collapse from shock. This was too out of his expectations. If not for the fact that the person in front of him was Spectral Soul's will, Wuxia would not have believed this. Hasn't Providence been making things difficult for us? Why is it suddenly helping us? Wuxia asked. Your memories have all disappeared. You no longer have your original outlook. Providence has never made things difficult for us because it dislikes us. It has also never helped us because we are pitiful. The Tao of Heaven is heartless. The Tao of Heaven is to reduce excess and make up for deficiency. Thus, all living things are balanced and restrict each other. Thus, almost all beasts have natural enemies. The clouds in the sky will condense into rain. Even rank 9 Venerables will be limited by their lifespan. After pausing for a moment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerables will continued. And the Tao of man is the exact opposite of the Tao of heaven. An expert would want to become even stronger. A rich person will want to become even richer. A beauty will also want to become more beautiful. A person who seeks longevity will want to improve and obtain eternal life. Man's greed is insatiable, they will never be satisfied. This is the opposite of providence. I understand a little. Providence is leaning towards me because I failed. Feng Yuan has become a complete otherworldly demon. He has already transcended the restrictions, if he is allowed to do as he pleases. This will greatly disrupt the balance of heaven and earth. Thus, Providence changed its target and wants to use me to deal with him, to prevent his scheme from succeeding. But why can Providence control spring-autumn cicada? This immortal goo. It was clearly refined by Feng Yuan. Wuxia was still in a daze. Spectral soul demon venerables will replied, "Sigh. This is Providence's doing. I have only just realized this." When Feng Yuan obtained spring-autumn cicada, it was all Providence's arrangement. Providence had chosen him as a pawn long ago, allowing him to revive and destroy the main body's plan. According to Bai Ningbing's information, think about it now. When Feng Yuan displayed his uniqueness, it was on Qing Mao Mountain. Even though his aptitude was not good, his journey was smooth sailing. Every time there was an emergency, he could make the wisest choice and obtain the greatest benefits. Qing Mao Mountain, Three Kings Blessed Land, Imperial Court Blessed Land, Itian Mountain. Along the way, he had clearly used spring-autumn cicada more than once. Spring-autumn cicada is only rank 6, it has a chance of failure. But he actually succeeded every time. Except for the previous time. Other than the possibility that we helped him, Feng Yuan did not fail even once. Spring-autumn cicada can cause his luck to decline. This is likely because Providence helped him in the dark. In just a few years, he turned from a mortal to a goo immortal. He was targeted by the main body and used as a pawn to deal with Providence. Wuxia's will was tongue-tied. "Wait, you are saying," Spectral Souls will nodded. "That's right. The main body's failure this time was mainly because of Feng Yuan. The main body used Feng Yuan. He used him as a pawn. But in fact, Feng Yuan was Providence's pawn long ago. No matter how many times Feng Yuan was reborn, before his first rebirth, the main body had likely succeeded. Not only did he refine sovereign immortal fetus goo, he had even grown to the point where heaven and earth could not tolerate him. Precisely because of this, Providence did not hesitate to use Feng Yuan to rebirth and destroy my main body's plan. Feng Yuan is an interesting person. Firstly, he is an otherworldly demon, that is why he has the qualifications to rebirth. That is why he has the ability to change the past. No matter how outstanding a normal person is, they cannot escape the consequences of fate. Secondly, he is not a complete otherworldly demon. Thus, he is still influenced and manipulated by Providence. He thought that spring-autumn cicada was refined by him and could be used by him. But in fact, that was never the case. A killer weapon like spring-autumn cicada was already corrupted by Providence. Evidently, this scheme had already started when Feng Yuan obtained spring-autumn cicada. But he was deceived by Providence and did not notice anything amiss. After all, using spring-autumn cicada to rebirth can only carry a portion of the will. Wills are inferior to souls, they are the easiest to influence. Just like now, I really want to impart all my memories and knowledge to you. Unfortunately, there's a limit to what your will can bear. At once, Wuxia opened his mouth wide, he could not speak. The river of time continued to surge, crashing on the red lotus. Lotus petals started to dissipate one by one. Soon, only the core of the flower was left. You do not have much time left. Spectral Souls will sighed and continued. Feng Yuan is an otherworldly demon after all. Even though Providence can influence him, he still listened to the voice in his heart and chose to take sovereign immortal fetus goo instead of destroying it. This way, even though he is still a pawn, he is no longer restricted by the chessboard. Providence will not allow such an existence, so it activated spring-autumn cicada to use you to deal with Feng Yuan. But Providence will not let you rebirth and take back sovereign immortal fetus goo. Thus, after you rebirth, You will not have a chance to turn the situation around. You cannot be impatient and ruin this final chance. Wuxia asked, "Then what should I do?" "Right now, Zombie Alliance is destroyed, Shadow Sect is also gone, even my main body is in danger. Shadow Sect's immortals have more or less left behind some backup plans. You need to use these to rebuild Shadow Sect. Fate cannot be defied, luck can be borrowed. Northern Plains Longevity Heavens forces can be used. In Central Continent, there are also hidden forces that are at odds with the 10 great ancient sects. Your will is limited, knowing this is already the limit. You need to use this to rebuild Shadow Sect and save my main body. Most importantly, you need to tell this important information to my main body. Because after you rebirth, this Red Lotus true inheritance and I will change along with you, you will not remember these things. At that time, you will be the only one who knows. Remember, the tallest tree in the forest will be blown away by the wind, the tallest tree will be swept away by the currents. Earlier, the strategy of hiding and preparing to deal with Providence was the correct one. Since we succeeded once, we can succeed a second time. Take care of yourself. Chapter 1030. Intense winds howled in his ears. Feng Yuan, who was still flying, shook. He woke up from his stupor and shouted, "I have been reborn. Spring-autumn cicada is amazing. As expected of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal goo. What time is it now?" Wuxia stopped. He looked around and found that he was on the way to the center of Tian Mountain. Right now, he was less than 10,000 li away from his destination. Feng Yuan purposely lent fixed immortal travel to me. He wanted me to get to him so that he could take back his goo worms and obtain victory. But he did not expect that he was Providence's pawn. Spring-autumn cicada was also controlled by Providence. Now that I have been reborn, I remember the situation at the center of Tian Mountain clearly. I can use fixed immortal travel to teleport there. I need to deal with Feng Yuan and take revenge. Thinking of this, Wuxia shook his head. Damn it. I was affected by Feng Yuan's fake will again. Wuxia gritted his teeth. Providence is truly up to no good. Even if I rush there now, Feng Yuan has already used sovereign immortal fetus goo. At most, I can injure him while he is weak. What a pity. If I returned to the time when I just left the dream realm, I would be able to turn the situation around. Providence will not do that. Because it does not want my main body to obtain sovereign immortal fetus goo. Since the situation is set, I will follow the main body's instructions and retreat. Providence wants two tigers to fight each other. How can I allow it to do that? Those who achieve great things have to endure what others can't. I do not need to deal with Feng Yuan. I will let him attract Providence's attention. If he survives in the future, I will use him as the main goo material to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo. I will save a lot of time and effort. Meanwhile, I need to rebuild Shadow Sect. This is not the end. We can make use of Tai by Yunxing and He Lulan, but we can't let them meet Feng Yuan. Since he already knew about the false will, he was on guard. Then Wuxia would escape from Feng Yuan's grasp. He took one last look at Tian Mountain, his eyes flickering with anger, hatred, anticipation, and all sorts of other emotions. From this distance, he could already see the huge ruins of Tian Mountain. Feng Yuan was a despicable thief who had plotted to steal his fruits of labor. It must still be there. But he couldn't go now. Everything had to be done with the bigger picture in mind. Wuxia gritted his teeth and flew away. Why hasn't Wuxia returned yet? Feng Yuan waited for a long time, his heart sinking. So you say, has he seen through my arrangements and escaped from my control? Feng Yuan's frown deepened. Although he did not know what had happened, his previous life's memories had vanished, and he did not know the truth behind Spring-Autumn Cicada. Feng Yuan was clear on one thing. He was in deep trouble this time. If Wuxia does not come here, the special will I instilled in the goo worms cannot be activated. After the time limit, these goo worms will self-destruct. I need to get to Wuxia as soon as possible and subdue him. Or I can convince He Lulan and Tai by Yunxing to help me subdue him. Feng Yuan still had attitude goo. This was the best evidence to convince He Lulan. As for convincing Tai by Yunxing, that was even easier. After all, they had been together for a period of time. He could make Tai by Yunxing believe him with some minor details. Fang Yuan inspected his goo worms, because he had regained control of the goo worms from Change Soul. The first was the legendary attitude Immortal Goo. Other than that, there was also the Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, Unravel Mystery. Soul Path Immortal Goo, Change Soul. As for the others, they were all Soul Path and Dream Path Mortal Goo. There was no point in mentioning them. Fang Yuan frowned deeply, because among these, there were no movement goo worms. Do I have to chase him on foot? In Wuxia with fixed immortal travel? Or should I take all the dream path goo worms in Wuxia's body for my own use? Among these goo worms, there are movement goo worms. These goo worms did not belong to Fang Yuan's will. Thus, Fang Yuan could not subdue them like Unravel Mystery and Change Soul. To use them, he would need to use Attitude Goo and others to deceive them. But he had already deceived them once. Fang Yuan did not have much confidence in a second time. But there is no other way, I have to try. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan subconsciously raised his head, looking at Wuxia's body floating in the air. He had never expected that this would be the last time he saw Wuxia. At the next moment, Wuxia's body self-detonated. There was no sound. This was a silent explosion. And the result of the explosion was not bloody at all. It was beautiful and dazzling. Wuxia's flesh, blood, bones, skin, and hair turned into layers of dazzling light. These dazzling lights were colorful and beautiful. But facing this breathtakingly beautiful scene, Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He quickly retreated and pulled some distance away. Because he recognized this, it was a dream realm. A dream realm had reached a visible level. It was deep and unfathomable. It was rapidly forming in front of him. Did I use lead soul into dream on spectral soul? That's why I ended up like this? No, definitely not. Why would Wuxia's body self-detonate for no reason? It seems to have turned into a dream realm? Fang Yuan was very confused. He did not know that Wuxia's lifespan was only 18 hours. In 18 hours, Wuxia would turn from a mortal to a rank 1 Goo Master. 4 hours later, he would become a rank 2 Goo Master. Following that, rank 3, rank 4, rank 7, rank 8. Every 2 hours, his cultivation level would increase by 1 rank. At the end of his life, he would even become a rank 9 Goo Immortal. But after 18 hours, he would self-detonate and turn into a dream realm. He had created something from nothing, using immortal goo reality to create it from the dream realm. It was not strange that it turned into a dream realm now. The dream realm formed from the self-detonation expanded rapidly, spreading rapidly. Fang Yuan used all his strength to run. He ran for more than 700 li before the dream realm reached him. If he fell into the dream realm, he would be in big trouble. Even though Fang Yuan had Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, he did not have enough Mortal Goo. He could not use the Immortal Killer move Unravel Dream. The dream realm was still spreading, but its speed was much slower. Fang Yuan had to retreat further, until he was 1,000 li away from Tian Mountain. The expansion of the dream realm gradually stopped. This way, a giant dream realm that was 1,000 li in size appeared in front of Fang Yuan. It filled his vision. Fang Yuan felt a chill in his heart. Thankfully, I did not listen to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's advice to destroy Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. Otherwise, wouldn't my soul be trapped in this giant dream realm along with Wuxia's body? What do I do now? This change severely disrupted Fang Yuan's plans. Wuxia's body. It was extremely valuable to begin with. There was also a set of Dream Path Goo worms that could activate the extremely powerful lead soul into dream. What Fang Yuan could not forget was spectral soul. Even though he was not in a good state, if he left the dream realm and ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. If Fang Yuan's soul searched him, he might be able to find out more secrets and a vast amount of cultivation experience. There was also the huge battlefield. Even though the myriad tribulations had destroyed it, there might still be some Goo immortal apertures left behind. At least, life and death blessed land was still around. But now, these things were wrapped in the dream realm. Not to mention the fact that Fang Yuan could not use Unravel Dream now, even if he could. If he wanted to unravel this dream realm and return to the center of the battlefield, how long would that take? Fang Yuan clenched his fists. Looking at this giant dream realm, he sighed helplessly. At this point, there is no other way. I cannot stay here for long. After such a huge commotion, the other southern border Gu immortals will definitely come here. Fang Yuan used his memories to run far away. The direction he chose was the body that Tai Bai Yunxing was riding on back then. The direction he escaped in. I hope my luck is good and I can meet them. Fang Yuan would not get what he wanted. Fang Yuan did not know that Tai Bai Yunxing and the rest had encountered the southern border Gu immortals later. They had already changed directions during the intense battle. He did not know either. With the advantage of rebirth, Wuxia had already reunited with Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan. Fang Yuan, you better explain yourself, otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you. He Lulan's expression was ashen. She was very impolite when she saw Wuxia. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly stretched out his hand. Wait. I believe Fang Yuan. There must be a reason. Listen to his explanation first. Wuxia looked at He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing sincerely. I was too impatient. I was hit by the enemy's killer move. It was not as simple as falling into a dream realm. Right now, almost all of my Gu worms cannot be used. Only by killing the enemy can I unravel this move. But I saw that you were clearly using fixed immortal travel. If not for the fact that we have Gu worms on us that can sense each other's location, I would have thought that you abandoned us and left southern border. He Lulan's tone was anxious as she continued to interrogate. This was a forbidden move that I had no choice but to use. You saw it too. The first time I used fixed immortal travel, I was injured because I failed. Moreover, why would I abandon you? The current situation is filled with danger. We need to be united to have a higher chance of survival. Wuxia said firmly. He Lulan snorted coldly, wanting to speak. Wuxia hurriedly interrupted her. All right. Now, we need to use fixed immortal travel to return. My identity has already been exposed. The Celestial Court already knows about it. Hu immortal blessed land is no longer safe. The resources inside need to be moved. Fang Yuan sprinted madly. He did not use any Gu worms, but right now, he was as agile as flying, as fast as a galloping horse. After sprinting for 15 minutes, he did not feel any fatigue. While sprinting, he was pleasantly surprised to find, don't be fooled by his white and tender appearance, his defense was astonishing. While sprinting, even when the tree branches touched his body, they did not leave a mark on his body. Along the way, the sharp stones were crushed by his feet. They were not an obstacle at all. Furthermore, he had great strength. With a light leap, he could jump over 10 feet. But what made Fang Yuan disappointed was, as he sprinted, he did not see any traces of Wuxia, He Lulan, or Tai Bai Yunxing. Chapter 1031. Wind howled in his ears as Fang Yuan ran across mountains and rivers. Even without using Gu worms, he was extremely fast. After the calamities and tribulations, it was no longer a flat plain. There were mountains and forests everywhere. Southern border had many mountains. This was one of the characteristics of this region. I ran for so long without any rest, but I don't feel tired at all. Most importantly, I did not use any Gu worms at all. At this moment, Fang Yuan could already feel the uniqueness of this body. A Gu master's body was not modified by Gu worms like Black Boar Gu or White Boar Gu. It was no different from a mortal's body. Because of the Tao marks, a Gu master's body would have all sorts of profundities and extraordinary aspects. This body of mine was created from the rank 9 immortal Gu sovereign immortal fetus. It seems that I have a lot of Tao marks in my body. At least, my strength path Tao marks are much more abundant than my original accumulation. Fang Yuan evaluated inwardly. Ever since he became an immortal zombie, he did not feel tired. But if he returned to his original state, he would have to stop and rest after running for a while like today. Fang Yuan sprinted and climbed up the dense forest. The steep mountain rocks were like flat ground to him using both his hands and feet. Fang Yuan was still naked. He was like a white wave moving through the dense forest. He could clearly distinguish the dense forest in his field of vision. Even when he was running, it was like he was still. Fang Yuan easily avoided it. Using Earth's terminology, this is motion vision. My dynamic vision is excellent to the extreme. It is at an inhuman level. My original body could only reach this level by using goo worms. Quickly, Fang Yuan climbed to the peak of this mountain. The dark forest in his vision disappeared, his vision widened. The sky was high and the mountain was majestic. The wind blew his long hair, causing it to flutter behind him. Fang Yuan took 3 deep breaths. Immediately, he calmed down, his breathing slowed down. It was like nothing had happened earlier. His stamina was at an unimaginable level. The mountain wind was chilly. Fang Yuan was still naked, but he couldn't feel any coldness. His heartbeat quickly calmed down. Every beat of his heart was heavy and powerful. Fang Yuan looked into the distance. His field of vision was extremely broad. Within 10,000 steps, every detail of the scenery was revealed. With a casual glance, Fang Yuan's gaze froze, and his expression turned grave. He found traces of battle. It seems that Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan brought my body here and encountered other Gu immortals. They fought. Fang Yuan jumped down from the peak of the mountain. With a bang, he landed directly on a mountain rock 30 feet below. He was unscathed. Even his feet did not feel numb. On the other hand, the surface of the rock beneath his feet was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. A glint flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. He began to try again. The difference in height was getting bigger and bigger. From the initial 30 feet, it grew to 50 feet, 80 feet, 120 feet. Using Earth's distance measurement, 30 feet was 9 meters, 50 feet was 15 meters, it was already the height of a 5-story building. 120 feet was already a skyscraper or an electric tower. 120 feet was far from Fang Yuan's limit. He continued to climb to 500 feet. At this level, Fang Yuan finally felt the soles of his feet turning numb. He became bolder and bolder. A few times, he purposely landed on other parts of his body. His chest landed on the ground, his back landed on the ground, and so on. Often, he smashed holes into the hard mountain rocks. Fang Yuan stood up from the hole, as if nothing had happened. Even his whole body felt numb. It felt good. Breathing in deeply, Fang Yuan jumped down again. This time, it was 580 feet. This height did not matter to Fang Yuan anymore. The important thing was, this time, Fang Yuan decided to land with his head. A muffled sound. Fang Yuan's entire head smashed into the rock. With a push of his hands, he pulled his head out of the pit. The skull was the hardest part of the body, but Fang Yuan could still feel it. He felt his scalp go numb, and his head was a little dizzy. But this dizziness only lasted for 2 or 3 breaths, and the degree was very slight. When the cool mountain breeze blew, it disappeared without a trace. Fang Yuan touched his head, and then carefully examined his body. There were no scars, not even a strand of hair was lost. To sum it up in an idiom, there was no hair damage at all. Fang Yuan tried to pull out his hair. He found that it was very tough, and he actually used a lot of strength to pull out one strand. This strand of hair was thicker than a normal person's hair, black and shiny, giving off the feeling that it was an extremely thin steel wire. He pulled harder, but it could not be pulled off. It was very tough. Fang Yuan was deep in thought. He wrapped the strand of hair around his wrist, wrapped it a few times, and then tied it up firmly. This hair could not be thrown away. If someone obtained it, it would be the best deduction evidence. Fang Yuan rushed towards the traces of the battle while jumping down the mountain, testing his limits. The height continued to rise. Soon, he went from 150 feet to over 800 feet. At this level, Fang Yuan could already feel pain, but it was not unbearable. Eventually, when he reached over 100 feet, Fang Yuan stopped his experiments. Jumping down from such a height already made him feel obvious pain. Moreover, the area where he landed was flushed red, and there were bruises on his skin. 800 feet, isn't this the limit of this body? Fang Yuan was speechless. This height had already reached a terrifying level. Even the Eiffel Tower on Earth was only 300 meters, or 100 feet tall. Just with my body, without using any defensive goo, I can already reach this height. Even goo immortals can't reach this height with just their bodies, right? It seems that among the Dao marks on my body, there are many defensive ones. This discovery made Feng Yuan feel more at ease. After all, he only had Unravel Mystery, Change Soul, and Attitude Goo. They were not defensive immortal goo. Arriving at the traces of the battle, Feng Yuan squatted down and inspected. It seems to be them. Soon, Feng Yuan stood up, frowning. There were no investigative goo worms. It was very inconvenient. Feng Yuan could not be sure. But he knew he had to continue chasing. There is not much time left. He did not have time to inspect his body's profundities. The earlier experiment was just a casual one. Feng Yuan continued to chase. Soon he found the second and third traces. Feng Yuan followed the traces, slowly changing his direction. When goo immortals fought, most of them happened in the air. There were not many traces on the ground. Moreover, Feng Yuan could not fly. This made it very difficult for him to chase. As time passed, Feng Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky like a meteor. With a loud sound, he landed in front of Feng Yuan. Flames spewed out in all directions, instantly burning the surrounding forest within a few hundred steps of them to nothing. Who is it? Feng Yuan frowned. A sharp light shined in his eyes as he shouted coldly. I am Huakong Dong. I dare to ask you, friend, did you come from Tian Mountain? The person was burning in flames. He did not have a friendly attitude. Feng Yuan's expression turned grim. Change Soul Immortal Goo's aura appeared. He asked instead of answering, you came at the right time. Did you see anyone suspicious when you were flying in the sky earlier? The person sensed Change Soul Immortal Goo's aura. He knew that Feng Yuan was not to be trifled with. His aura froze. There were not many rank 6 goo immortals with immortal goo. Even though Huakong Dong was a lone cultivator, he had already joined Southern Border's Chai clan. Chai clan was a super force in this battle of Tian Mountain. Chai clan's goo immortals died. Chai clan's first supreme elder sent an external goo immortal, Huakong Dong, to investigate. Hearing Feng Yuan's question, Huakong Dong thought to himself, suspicious person? You're running around in broad daylight with your bare buttocks on. You are the most suspicious person. He was silent for a while before replying, there is no one else in the surrounding 100 li, other than you. Damn it! Damn it! Feng Yuan screamed, his face contorted into a malevolent expression. It was as if he wanted to devour someone. Next, he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he muttered to himself, it seems that you ran far away. But even if you run to the ends of the world, I will catch up to you. This humiliation, I will make you pay 100 times, 1,000 times over. Huakong Dong saw Feng Yuan's expression and had a guess. It seems that this person ran around naked because he was tricked by someone. He lost many goo worms and suffered a loss. This person is ruthless and angry. I need to be careful. Before Feng Yuan explained anything, Huakong Dong explained for Feng Yuan in his mind. Furthermore, he did not want to offend Feng Yuan. It was not worth it to block a calamity for someone else. I did not go deep into Tian Mountain. Go take a look yourself. Saying this, Feng Yuan left. Huakong Dong was not satisfied with this answer. He wanted to stop Feng Yuan, but Feng Yuan stopped and turned around. Wait, you are Huakong Dong? From Chai clan? Huakong Dong was stunned before replying. Feng Yuan squeezed out an unsightly smile. Very good. I have a relationship with your 9th Supreme Elder Chai Buta. Has his battlefield killer move myriad clan torch fire been perfected? Huakong Dong quickly answered, 9th Elder is still in closed cultivation. He is being confined by his grandfather. Last time, he teased Farich. After I settle this, I will go visit him. Feng Yuan said as he stretched out his hand towards Huakong Dong. Lend me some goo worms. Huakong Dong was stunned again. What you are a grand goo immortal. You are just lending me some mortal goo. Why are you being so stingy? Feng Yuan said impatiently. Huakong Dong thought, Ninth Elder is in closed cultivation to perfect his battlefield killer move. That is just an excuse. The truth is he really teased Fairy. Since the other party knows about this, they should be related. I am a member of Chai clan, I am a lone cultivator, an outsider. And Ninth Elder is not only a member of Chai clan, he is also the grandson of First Supreme Elder. If I meet his friends and don't lend them goo worms, it would be unjustifiable. Let's borrow them. They are mortal goo anyway, they are nothing. Huakong Dong took out a goo worm and handed it to Fang Yuan, asking, I wonder what is this brother's name? Sure. I am Dong Fang Xiongji. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Chapter 1032. Fang Yuan flew in the air. He was like a huge fireball, his whole body was burning in flames, there was a long black smoke trail behind him, he was not weak at all. The situation earlier was very dangerous. Fang Yuan encountered Huakong Dong, he had 3 immortal goo, as well as some soul path and dream path mortal goo. But they were not comprehensive, if they fought he would be at a disadvantage. Even if Fang Yuan wanted an immortal killer move to exchange souls with Huakong Dong, he could not do it. Earlier he had used up a lot of mortal goo to exchange souls with Wuxia. He did not have a complete set of goo worms on him. But Fang Yuan used his outstanding acting skills to not only get out of danger, he even swindled 4 rank 5 mortal goo. In my previous life, I participated in the Battle of Tian Mountain, I participated in the huge gambling house. I witnessed the internal conflict of Southern Borders goo immortals. I obtained a lot of important information. Fortunately, otherwise, how could I know the relationship between Chai clan's 9th Elder and Dong Fang Xiongji? I was able to deceive Huakong Dong because of attitude goo. Fang Yuan had the original familiar face, he modified it into a new version with attitude goo as the core and 1,000 mortal goo as support. But of course, he could not use this killer move. Earlier, when facing Huakong Dong, he had used attitude goo alone. Attitude goo's effect is to disguise my true emotions, to express a fake attitude, but to make others believe it. After thinking about it, Fang Yuan felt that this attitude goo was very useful. Because he had used attitude goo earlier, his performance was flawless. Huakong Dong felt that Fang Yuan was in a state of anger, it was better not to provoke Fang Yuan. Another good thing was, attitude goo's rank was very high, but the conditions to use it were very low. It was just a waste of effort. Fang Yuan had just reincarnated, he had little immortal essence, it was far from his previous accumulation. It is a pity that attitude goo is not mine, I will have to return it to He Lulun. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan was filled with regret and pity. Even though he had reincarnated and changed his body, his soul was still the same, it had not changed. After his rebirth, without stopping, he set up a new alliance with He Lulun and Fairy Lishan. This covenant was very restrictive, and there were almost no loopholes. Naturally, it restricted the bodies and souls of the allies. Therefore, even if Fang Yuan had changed his body, he couldn't go against the alliance. But the power of the alliance should be divided into 2 parts. One was in his soul. The other part is in my physical body. At most, I can only be considered as half an ally. Sigh. Even so, the damage from breaking the contract is too great. Even if it doesn't affect my body, my soul still can't bear it. There are probably many wisdom path Dao marks in this body. While thinking, Fang Yuan's thoughts changed as he realized another point. He deeply remembered. When he had just become an immortal zombie, his brain could not work properly, he was like an old man with 1 foot in the grave. His mind was extremely slow. Later, he used wisdom path methods to make up for this flaw. Now that he had a fresh body, he felt that his mind was as agile as a horse stepping on a swallow. His inspiration was like a spirit spring gushing out. In the process of thinking, a large number of thoughts were generated, like the beautiful waves in the sea. I finally don't need to use wisdom path goo worms to make up for my lack of thoughts. At this moment, Fang Yuan's eyes were about to tear up. In the past, he still had to use goo worms to generate thoughts to help him think. Now, his physical body was alive. He could generate a large number of thoughts on his own. And there were many types of thoughts. There were evil thoughts, good thoughts, longing thoughts, empty thoughts, battle thoughts. There were evil thoughts, obsession thoughts. As long as a person is alive, the thoughts in their mind will be all-encompassing and complex. This is not strange. It is just that my thinking speed far surpasses mortals. Even under the light of wisdom, I can last for a long time. Precisely because of this, Feng Yuan deduced that this body should have a lot of wisdom path Dao marks. But as for how many, Feng Yuan did not know. His thoughts were unprecedentedly clear. Even his previous body, before turning into an immortal zombie, might not even have a 10,000th of this. Other than wisdom path Dao marks, there will be no lack of fire path Dao marks. Feng Yuan looked at the flames on his body, his eyes flashing with brilliance. His flaming clothes were the rank 5 fire cape gu. Once used, the whole body would burn in flames. The fire was harmless, but the effect was very grand and eye-catching. Huokong Dong also used this gu, but his body was covered in flames. The height of the flames was no larger than an adult's forearm. But Feng Yuan's flames not only covered his body, they were extremely condensed. The height of the flames surpassed a grown man's forearm. Other than fire cape gu, Feng Yuan also borrowed a rank 5 flying smoke gu. Right now, Feng Yuan was flying in the air. That was the ability of flying smoke gu. Behind Feng Yuan, there was a long trail of black smoke that was tens of feet long. Most importantly, the speed had far surpassed flying smoke gu's limit. It could even match some mortal killer moves. While flying, he could hear the howling of the wind. The mountain below him was moving in reverse. Feng Yuan had an idea. It seems that there are not only fire path Dao marks, there are also many Dao marks for flying. He could finally fly. This way, Feng Yuan's flying master attainment level could be fully displayed. Being able to fly meant that he would be extremely agile in battle. Standing on the ground, he could only move left, right, front, back, or jump. But in the air, he could dodge in all directions, above and below him. This was a qualitative change. His overall battle strength had risen by a level because of this gu worm. Of course, currently, Feng Yuan's battle strength was still very low among gu immortals. If he met other southern border gu immortals, he would have to use attitude gu to deceive them. I will try to avoid fighting. It would be best if I can catch up to Wuxia. I will expose his identity and meet up with He Lulan and Tai by Yunxing. Feng Yuan planned. Right now, Yitian Mountain was covered in a huge dream realm. If Wuxia did not go to Yitian Mountain, Feng Yuan's special will would not be activated. Once the time was up, Feng Yuan's gu worms would self-destruct. But as long as Feng Yuan controlled the situation, there was a way to resolve it. That was to use He Lulan and Tai by Yunxing's help to gather gu worms and swap souls. After swapping souls, Feng Yuan would return to his body and be able to use gu worms to extract the special will from the gu worms. Here was the relationship between the soul, body, and thoughts. Just the body alone could not produce thoughts. The body provided the mind. The soul could produce thoughts, but they could not last for long. The mind was needed to store them, and the collision of thoughts was called thinking. When gu masters controlled gu worms, they usually used their thoughts. Wuxia's soul's thoughts were naturally different from Feng Yuan's. Thus, he could not use Feng Yuan's gu worms. Time was pressing. Feng Yuan had to make full use of every second. Being able to fly in the sky allowed him to have a wide field of vision. Searching was 1,000 times easier than before. Along the way, he found traces of battle many times. Gu immortals mostly fought in the sky. This characteristic was different from gu masters. Gu immortals had gu worms and time. They could train their ability to fly. But gu masters usually could not. Therefore, these battle scars were caused by the aftermath of the battle, which affected the ground of the mountain and were not very obvious. Thankfully, southern border had many mountains. If it was northern plains with low terrain, it would be even less obvious. If it was eastern sea or western desert, it would be even worse. But even so, Feng Yuan did not catch up to his target. As he watched the sky gradually darken, his heart gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. Sigh. He sighed at the sky. Giving up on chasing, he changed his mind and quickly left. Fang Yuan was taking a huge risk while searching. Tian Mountain had already become a troublesome place. Spectral Soul was refining Gu to undergo tribulation, a large number of southern border Gu immortals died. The commotion was so huge, more and more southern border Gu immortals would definitely rush here to investigate. Wuxia and the rest met these southern border Gu immortals who came to investigate. Huokong Dong, who Fang Yuan met, was also one of them. But the difference between the two was, the former was a northern plains Gu immortal, he was suppressed by southern border Gu immortals. Fang Yuan had the aura of a southern border Gu immortal, he did not raise any suspicions. But if he continued to stay, even if Fang Yuan had attitude Gu, it would not be safe. I left a large number of fake wills in my mind, but Wuxia did not come. Is it because of the southern border Gu immortals' obstruction? Or did he find out my arrangements? Or is there something else? Fang Yuan guessed. Such a huge shadow sect, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has schemed for tens of thousands of years, he should have other arrangements. Even the businesses of Zombie Alliance in the various regions are quite abundant. Will Wuxia go to one of them? In the worst-case scenario, if he uses my identity to take my assets, what should I do? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once used Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate. They are in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land respectively. Even if Wuxia does not know the situation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, he can directly use fixed immortal travel to go to Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, right? After changing souls, the land spirit should be able to tell. But there are many ways to deceive the land spirit. The other party is a split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan gradually stopped flying, floating in the air. The cold wind kept blowing, and it seemed to be blowing into his heart. The night was getting darker, Fang Yuan's face was covered in a layer of darkness. Then, where did Wuxia, Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan go? Fixed immortal travel. The green light dissipated, Wuxia left southern border, arriving in central continent. Us, master? Before he could look around, a slightly weak voice entered his ears. It's me. Wuxia raised his head slightly, replying calmly. Chapter 1033. Master, please exchange a secret code. That weak voice spoke again. Wuxia spoke, 9 layers of heaven transformation. That voice continued, land is divided into 5 regions. Wuxia continued, 8,000 years and 10,000 achievements. That voice continued, will rule over all life. Next, with a loud thud, he knelt on the ground and spoke with a choked voice, sure Nu pays respects to master. Get up. Wuxia laughed heartily, looking at the kneeling Rockman Gu immortal, he raised his hand. The Rockman Gu immortal kowtowed 3 more times before standing up respectfully. But facing Wuxia, his arms were still hanging down, his body was half bent and his head was lowered. His gaze was only focused on Wuxia's feet, not daring to look at him directly. His Gu immortal aura was dense, he was at rank 7. Wuxia used fixed immortal travel. He did not return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land to snatch Dang Hun Mountain, but went to this secret base that Shadow Sect had set up in Central Continent. Wuxia's soul was originally a split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Earlier he was straightforward and pure because the pure dream reality seeker physique had erased his soul's memories. Wuxia's memories had vanished, he was like a newborn baby, his shrewdness was naturally shallow. But intense battles of life and death were the best for tempering a person, and with the infusion of Spectral Soul's will in Red Lotus True Inheritance, Wuxia had already recovered some of his memories, he naturally acted more maturely. He had experienced rebirth, he already knew of Fang Yuan's arrangements. Not only could he not use his Gu worms, Fang Yuan's fake will was also in his mind. If he was not careful, his thoughts would be affected. He had a lot of Gu worms, and also a dazzling array of immortal Gu, but Wuxia could only use fixed immortal travel. In this situation, he naturally would not foolishly run to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Even if he had methods to deceive the land spirit. He needed many Gu worms to use them. If he entered Hu immortal blessed land without any preparations, the land spirit would definitely recognize him and expose his identity. That would be a huge problem. Thus, Wuxia used fixed immortal travel to come here first. To prepare. Bring me to the earth core first. Wuxia instructed. Yes, master. Gu immortal Xianxia quickly responded. The two of them drilled into the ground and went down a winding secret tunnel until they arrived in front of a deep pit. This deep pit was extremely large, covering a radius of 100 miles. The yellowish-brown dust in the deep pit was thick and heavy, and it kept rolling. It was unstoppable. At the periphery of the pit, there were layers of goo formations, healing, concealing, supporting, and so on. Wuxia took a closer look and could vaguely see a ball of soul floating in the center of the smoke. He observed for a moment and sighed. This soul orb was naturally Bo Qing's soul. Back then, Sword Immortal Bo Qing failed to pass the tribulation and was barely saved by the Shadow Sect's split soul yellow. But thousands of years had passed. Bo Qing's soul's injuries worsened. Not only did it not recover, but it also weakened into a ball of soul. Bo Qing's soul was affected by the calamity. The water path Dao marks lingered around him and continued to be produced. Even though it was suppressed by the dense earth path Dao marks in the earth eye, it was not a permanent solution. It could only stall for time and not cure the root cause. Even with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's foundation, he was helpless against this. But Shadow Sect did not give up. To guard this place, Shadow Sect subdued a group of rockmen. With some guidance, they nurtured a Rockman Gu Immortal. This Rockman Gu Immortal was Xianxia. Originally, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had planned for tens of thousands of years to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Even though Xianxia was only rank 7, he still had some battle strength. Unfortunately, when he was about to summon him back, an accident occurred. A wild one-eyed giant monkey appeared. Xianxia had no choice but to step forward and provoke the monkey, luring it away. Back then, Heaven Overseeing Tower had already been built. The situation was complicated and Shadow Sect had no time to deal with this matter, so they did not summon Xianxia back. This way, Xianxia Gu Immortal could be said to have escaped with his life. In fact, Shadow Sect had many accidents in all aspects. Other than Xianxia, the most obvious example was Qin Bai Sheng's encounter with Feng Jioge. Spectral Soul wanted to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. He wanted to defy heaven. Providence naturally stopped him. If Spectral Soul was an otherworldly demon, the situation would be better. Unfortunately, he was born and raised here. He was greatly obstructed by Providence. Shadow Sect's strength was not to be underestimated. They were spread across the 5 regions. Because of Providence's obstruction, they could not display their full strength. After Spectral Soul failed, Shadow Sect was also defeated. Especially when Zombie Alliance was completely destroyed, they suffered disastrous losses. But there were still some arrangements left in the 5 regions. Like Gu Immortal Xianxia 15 minutes later. Where is this? Tai Bai Yunxing came out of Wuxia's immortal aperture. Why is this not Hu immortal blessed land? Immediately after, He Lulan also came out of Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. The two looked around in confusion. They found they were in an underground secret room. The arrangements here were extremely crude. The two used investigative goo worms. They immediately found that this underground secret room was just a small corner of the entire underground maze. This is the tunnel where the rockmen live. That means this is underground? Tai Bai Yunxing said with some realization. Wuxia nodded. That's right. We have already returned to Central Continent. We are now in Earth Abyss. The stone men here had been moved here a long time ago. This is a secret base set up by Master. No wonder Feng Yuan sent Star Form Blessed Land into Earth Abyss. So Master had already set up a base in Earth Abyss. Tai Bai Yunxing smiled. So Feng Yuan's second Blessed Land is also in Earth Abyss. Wuxia noted it down, nodding his head without any change in expression. Zishan Makoto? He Lulan's heart jumped. She squinted as she stared at Wuxia, asking again, why did you not return to Hu immortal blessed land directly? Wuxia was prepared. He replied calmly, it is not that I do not want to return. But now that my identity has been exposed, Celestial Quartz Gu immortals know about it. Although their speed of returning to Central Continent cannot compare to fixed immortal travel, don't forget that they have information path methods. Informing the 10 great ancient sects to attack Hu immortal blessed land is such a simple matter. They must have already done it. If we return directly, we might fall into a trap. That's why I came back here first to gather information. Then what did you find? He Lulan asked. Wuxia sighed. As I expected, my identity has been exposed. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects already know that we are the culprits behind the destruction of 88-point Xianxia Tower. Hu immortal blessed land has already been surrounded, and the blessed land is being attacked. In an instant, Tai Bai Yunxing was shocked. Dang Hun Mountain is still there. What do we do now? Tai Bai Yunxing knew that Feng Yuan had already found the method to revive. This way, Hu immortal blessed land's value would decrease greatly. What was more important was the cultivation resources in the blessed land. Dang Hun Mountain was the most important thing. With it, they would have an inexhaustible source of income. Wuxia sneered. The loss of Hu immortal blessed land is a foregone conclusion. The resources inside. Let the 10 great ancient sects keep it for now. I will take it back sooner or later. The most important thing now is to make preparations and let me recover my human body. Ugh. Wuxia's voice suddenly stopped. He showed a shocked expression. What is it? Tai Bai Yunxing quickly asked. Anger and hatred flashed in Wuxia's eyes. He smiled bitterly as he took out Fixed Immortal Travel's remnant body. I was hit by Shadow Sect's move earlier. I forcefully activated Fixed Immortal Travel. Now it is destroyed. This. At once, Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan felt great regret. Fixed Immortal Travel was extremely useful. Now that it was destroyed, the three immortals felt their hearts bleeding. Wuxia was even more shocked and furious. Why did Fixed Immortal Travel self-destruct? It seems that this is a method left behind by Feng Yuan. Damn it. He not only schemed against me. He purposely used Fixed Immortal Travel on me to lure me to Etion Mountain. He even left behind this method. Since Fixed Immortal Travel can self-destruct, Feng Yuan's other goo worms should also be able to do the same. Thinking of this, Wuxia could no longer sit still. He was still thinking of ways to subdue Feng Yuan's goo worms. Feng Yuan's move had caught him unprepared. Intentional. It should be intentional. It seems that I need to use every second I have and borrow immortal goo to suppress his goo worms. I cannot let them self-destruct. Wuxia shouted in his heart. He could not conceal the anxiety on his face. Tai Bai Yunxing felt something amiss. He asked in concern, Feng Yuan, what is it now? Wuxia's expression was grim. This is a huge problem. I need to deal with it quickly, otherwise, the other goo worms will end up like Fixed Immortal Travel. Is there anything I can help you with? Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and felt like a fire had been lit in his heart. He also became anxious. You guys rest first. A rockman will bring you to rest later. I can deal with this. After all, Master did not just leave behind this stronghold, he also left behind his connections. Wuxia said this and left. At the same time, Central Continent, Tianti Mountain. We broke through. We broke through. Hu immortal blessed land has finally been broken through. I want to see how much benefits this kid Feng Yuan has obtained. Everyone, don't be impatient. Don't forget that Dang Hun Mountain is under the management of our 10 great ancient sections. The Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects rushed in, charging into Hu immortal blessed land excitedly. Then, like a bucket of cold water, they were drenched from head to toe. Empty, how can it be empty? There is nothing here, how can this be? Where is Dang Hun Mountain? Where did Dang Hun Mountain go? Central Continent's Gu immortals shouted. You are Lord Feng Jioga? Hu immortal land spirit opened her big watery eyes, taking the initiative to approach Feng Jioga. Feng Jioga was slightly dazed. That's me. My master told me to tell Lord, he has already taken everything that should be taken. As for this blessed land, we will directly give it to Lord's daughter, Feng Kim Hong. Hu Immortal Land Spirit said generously. What? Fang Yuan was faster than us. Didn't our joint deductions say he was still in southern border? Why did Fang Yuan only give Hu Immortal Blessed Land to Feng Kim Hong? Could it be that the two of them? Speaking of which, ever since the Refinement Path Convention, the two of them have been very close. This is something that all 10 sects know. The Gu Immortals muttered. Chapter 1034. Not long ago in time. Fang Yuan chased after Wuxia, but to no avail. He stopped in the air, feeling dejected. Night shrouded the land, getting heavier. This was a cold night. Cold winds blew. Fang Yuan felt a chill in his bones. His original plan was very good. Making arrangements in his body, using fake will, special will, and purposely lending fixed immortal travel. According to Fang Yuan's estimation, this plan had a high chance of success. But the truth was he failed. Fang Yuan did not know that he had succeeded before, but because of Providence and Spring-Autumn Cicada, he failed at the last moment. Since he failed, Fang Yuan decided to face it. He did not try to escape or get lucky. The truth was he was mentally prepared. This was the result of hundreds of years of training in this world. Any plan, no matter how meticulous, would have a chance of failure. Even Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul's plan of tens of thousands of years, with such meticulous planning, didn't they still fail? Even the former demon Venerable failed, not to mention Fang Yuan. No matter which world, no one would not fail. Fang Yuan guessed Wuxia's situation. Currently, because of the obstruction of southern border's Gu Immortals, Wuxia had no time to go to Etian Mountain. This was the most likely possibility. If so, Fang Yuan's arrangements were still effective. Wuxia did not discover them. The situation was not that bad. Maybe, if Fang Yuan continued to chase, he might be able to recover all his Gu worms and recover his peak battle strength. But this was only one of the possibilities. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. He did not consider victory but considered defeat first. He liked to plan for the worst and make the most preparations. Then what is the worst situation? Fang Yuan floated in the night sky. He asked himself. The worst-case scenario would be if Wuxia discovered his trap. Then he would beat them at their own game and deceive Tai by Yunxing and He Lulan. He would go to Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Star Form Blessed Land and empty Fang Yuan's resources. This situation was also very likely. From Fang Yuan's point of view, Wuxia was Spectral Soul's split soul. He had deep foundations. It was not hard to see through his arrangements. At the same time, the most important thing was that Etian Mountain had formed a gigantic dreamscape. The dream realm had become the biggest obstacle. Wuxia could not return to Etian Mountain. Spectral Soul's main body had already fallen into the dream realm. Wuxia definitely wanted to save his main body. But he had very few Dream Path Gu worms. His original body had many Dream Path Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu, but after his body self-detonated, whether these Gu worms would still exist was a huge question mark. Gu worms were very fragile. Even if it was an immortal Gu, a child could crush it with a pinch. Even if these Dream Path Gu worms survived, the dream realm was simply too huge. With Wuxia's current condition, he could not enter the dream realm to retrieve these Gu worms. Fang Yuan did not have any wishful thinking and immediately stopped chasing. They landed on a mountain below. Southern border had many mountains and forests. Fang Yuan leaned against the trunk of a tall pine tree, sitting cross-legged on a thick branch. He calmed his mind and activated Connecting Heaven Gu. From Wukong Dong. He borrowed 4 rank 5 Mortal Gu. One was Flying Smoke Gu, one was Fire Cape Gu. The other 2. They were Connecting Heaven Gu and Divine Sense Gu. The latter 2 Gu worms were standard for Gu Immortals. Using these 2 Gu worms, they could communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. And Jewel Yellow Skies was the #1 Gu Immortal exchange market in the 5 regions. It was not strange that Fang Yuan asked Wukong Dong for these Gu worms. Because if he had these Mortal Gu, he could buy some suitable Gu worms from Jewel Yellow Skies. He would not have to run around naked. However, it would be impossible for him to borrow more. Even if Fang Yuan had attitude Gu and Huakong Dong would not suspect him, the latter would think that Fang Yuan was taking advantage of him. Fang Yuan inspected these 4 Gu worms carefully before using them. There was no problem with connecting Heaven Gu, but just as Fang Yuan was about to activate it, his body shook, his face was filled with shock. With his shrewdness, he had already reached the stage of not showing his emotions on his face. But at this moment, he was shocked to an unprecedented degree since his rebirth. Even when he found out that the mastermind behind Shadow Sect was Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan was not so shocked. His body and mind were shaken. He could not control the shock in his heart. His eyes were wide open as he looked at the night sky and the dense tree leaves. He was in a daze. Calm down. Fang Yuan blinked as he persuaded himself, but his breathing was already rough, his heart was beating rapidly. He entered his immortal aperture again. The second time. Fang Yuan sized up his brand new immortal aperture for the second time. His body shook again. He frowned, his muscles tensed subconsciously. An unimaginable scene of an immortal aperture appeared in his mind. What a mystical immortal aperture! If I did not witness it personally, I would not believe that such an immortal aperture exists in this world. Fang Yuan's mind was filled with this thought. In fact, he was already mentally prepared. Spectral Soul spent tens of thousands of years to carry out this plan. He almost emptied Shadow Sect's foundation. What was it for? It was to refine the rank 9 sovereign immortal aperture Gu. Looking at the entire Gu refinement process. Firstly, the 10 extreme immortal zombies set up the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Secondly, the corpses of the Gu immortals who died in southern border, as well as their immortal apertures, were used as Gu refinement materials. Next, the Zombie Alliance members of the 5 regions, 100 immortal zombies went into the formation. Finally, the demon venerable's main body sacrificed himself to activate this 10 extreme formation. Finally, the myriad tribulations and grand tribulations were used to create glory. The difficulty of each step was unimaginable for even rank 8 Gu immortals. Just the first step was to gather 10 extreme physiques. How difficult was that? Tens of thousands of years of planning and waiting, as well as some luck, to reach this step. Not to mention the steps after that. Such a price was paid, the sacrifices were unheard of. In the end, only one rank 9 immortal Gu was produced. Even if Fang Yuan did not know the details, he knew that this sovereign immortal fetus Gu had extraordinary power. Rank 9 immortal Gu, in the vast sea of Gu worms, had the status of a rank 9 venerable. They were extremely rare, extremely precious, and extremely powerful. Fang Yuan had come into contact with a rank 9 immortal Gu. That was Wisdom Gu. Against Wisdom Gu, he did not even have the ability to refine it. He could only use the light of wisdom. It was like the most delicious meal in the world. He could only smell it. Even so, this fragrance was so beautiful, it gave Fang Yuan an unparalleled help. Without the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan would not have developed so rapidly and to this extent. Coincidentally, he came into contact with a second rank 9 immortal Gu. Sovereign immortal fetus Gu. This time, not only did he smell its fragrance, but he also swallowed this peerless feast in one gulp. The sovereign immortal fetus Gu refined by Spectral Soul cannot be so simple. There must be a huge secret behind it. After rebirth, Fang Yuan had this thought. But he was busy chasing after Wuxia. He did not have time to explore the mysteries of this body. Fang Yuan's new body was formed from sovereign immortal fetus Gu. But exploring its secrets, even though it was important, it was not urgent. The urgent matter now was to chase after Wuxia and take back his Gu worms. Thus, Fang Yuan pushed this matter to the back of his mind. Right now, he failed to chase after Wuxia. He was preparing for the worst. He used connecting heaven Gu to connect to jewel yellow skies. At this time, he looked at his immortal aperture for the first time. He was shocked to his core with just a glance. Because this immortal aperture's scenery was extraordinary, it far surpassed Fang Yuan's cultivation knowledge. This immortal aperture was clearly a rank 6 Gu immortal blessed land, but the space inside was huge, extremely huge. How huge was it? Most rank 6 Gu Immortals' immortal apertures were middle or low grade. Low-grade blessed lands were at most 3 million km2, middle-grade blessed lands were over 3 million km2, but not more than 6 million km2. This was the situation for most rank 6 Gu Immortals. A small portion of rank 6 Gu Immortals like Tai by Yunxing had outstanding inheritances. They had deep foundations during their immortal ascension, thus they had high-grade blessed lands. High-grade blessed lands had an area of more than 6 million km2, but not more than 9 million km2. High-grade, middle-grade, and low-grade blessed lands included almost all the situations of rank 6 Gu Immortals. It was almost, because there was a special case. That was the 10 extreme Gu Immortals. Great Strength True Martial Physique, Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, Verdant Great Sun Physique, Guyue Desolate Een Physique. Once someone with one of the 10 extreme physiques became a Gu Immortal, like He Lulan, they would have a super-grade blessed land. Super-grade blessed lands had an area of more than 10 million km2, but not more than 20 million km2. Super-grade blessed lands were very rare. Because the 10 extreme physiques were rare to begin with, most of them would die prematurely, there were even fewer who could become immortals. Of course, once one became an immortal, just the space in the immortal aperture itself was a huge asset. The bigger the immortal aperture, the better, because the bigger it was, the more space path Dao marks it could hold, the more resources it could produce, and the higher the upper limit. Many Gu Immortals often encountered such troublesome matters during their cultivation. The immortal aperture did not have enough space. The beast group inside was too big, it needed to be sold. The variant human population inside was exploding, it needed to be sold as slaves. There were too many plants inside, it had already affected the balance, a portion needed to be removed. Who didn't know that the larger the beast group, the more cubs they would produce each year? Who didn't know that the larger the population, the more variant humans there would be? Who would be willing to remove the plants they planted, to prevent them from growing longer and having higher value? But there was no other way. The immortal aperture's space was here. Chapter 1035. However, methods like expand space immortal Gu were only icing on the cake. Not to mention the high cost of using these methods, the main factor that determined the size of the blessed land was the grade of the blessed land itself. Turning around, he looked at Feng Yuan's immortal aperture again. Each layer of his immortal aperture had an area of over 50 million km2. 50 million km2 was already far beyond the super-grade immortal aperture of a 10 extreme Gu Immortal. But this was only one layer of the immortal aperture. Feng Yuan found that his immortal aperture was divided into 10 layers. Each layer had an area of over 50 million km2. With this calculation, a total of 10 layers, that was 500 million km2. What concept was this? Feng Yuan had no concept of it, because he had never heard of or even imagined that there was such a monstrous immortal aperture in the world. The huge space was only the first point. Feng Yuan's immortal aperture was also divided into 10 layers. This was a special phenomenon. Ordinary blessed lands did not have internal structures, they only had one unified space. For example, Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Star Form Blessed Land. When would the immortal aperture have internal structures? When the immortal aperture becomes a grotto heaven. At this time, the immortal aperture would change according to the Gu Immortal's situation, it would be divided into different parts. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was an obvious example. My blessed land actually has the characteristics of a grotto heaven? Even the top-level Langya Blessed Land in the world had a unified space. And Langya Blessed Land fell from grotto heaven level. And my blessed land is only at the initial stage of rank 6. And in this first layer, it is further divided into 5 parts. Feng Yuan's immortal aperture had a total of 10 layers. The first layer had a huge amount of land. It was divided into 5 parts. From the second to the 10th layer, there was no land. It was completely empty. What made Feng Yuan even more concerned was that the 5 parts of the first layer were divided very neatly. The middle part seemed to have the most fertile soil, it had a lot of terrain. The southern part. It was mostly hills and mountain peaks. It was moist and foggy. The northern part was mainly grassland with strong winds. The eastern part was a vast sea with islands scattered all over. The western side was more desolate. The temperature was very high, and it was dominated by the Gobi Desert. Such a setup. Wouldn't that be the current 5 regions? Southern border, Eastern Sea, Central Continent, Northern Plains, Western Desert. Feng Yuan muttered to himself. What surprised him was the 2nd to 10th floors. There was no soil in the 9 layers of space. It was empty. They were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, and black. Isn't the immemorial 9 heavens just these 9 colors? Later on, because of the Ren Zhu and his 10 sons, the 7 skies were destroyed. Fragments of the ancient 7 skies were scattered all over the vast land. Now, only white sky and black sky remain. The 9 heavens. The 5 great regions, the 9 5 paragons. Is that why it is called Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu? Actually, Feng Yuan already had a feeling that his immortal aperture would be different. It would be very outstanding. However, he had never imagined that he would be so outstanding. So outstanding that even Feng Yuan felt a little panicked. Panic? This emotion seemed difficult to understand. But let's make an analogy. People like Tai Bai Yunxing were already elites. 10 extreme Gu immortals like He Lulan. Geniuses among geniuses. Then what was Feng Yuan now? He had far surpassed the category of geniuses. If he had to be described in one word, it would be monster. Towards geniuses, people would be jealous and envious. Towards monsters that far surpassed common sense, people would panic, they would get rid of them. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, his immortal aperture was only high grade. After rebirth and strength path immortal ascension, his immortal aperture was only middle grade. He worked hard to reach super grade. But suddenly he had this immortal aperture. Suddenly, he found that he had turned from an ordinary Gu immortal to a monstrous monster. Naturally, he would feel a trace of panic in his heart. I cannot expose this immortal aperture. Once it is exposed, I will be attacked and hunted down. But even if I tell others about this immortal aperture, no one would believe me. No, at least Spectral Soul would believe me. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's expression sank. The more outstanding the Sovereign 9-5 immortal aperture was, the deeper the hatred between him, Spectral Soul, and Shadow Sect would be. Even though Feng Yuan had not fully unearthed the mysteries of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, just based on these characteristics, his hatred with Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul was already irreconcilable. Even if the other party did not have rank 9 cultivation level, they were quasi-rank 9. Facing such a strong enemy, Feng Yuan felt a sense of pressure. Currently, Spectral Soul's main body is trapped in a dream realm. But he has planned for tens of thousands of years. He definitely has a backup plan. Wuxia is his split soul. He is currently using my body. His whereabouts are unknown. Most importantly, Zombie Alliance is dead. Shadow Sect is in ruins. How much foundation does this hidden super force have left? Also, in the 500 years of my previous life, did Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul succeed? A new body was really useful. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yuan thought of many things. Thoughts collided in his mind, moving up and down like waves. I should communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies first. Feng Yuan calmed his mind. Finding the Sovereign Immortal Aperture took him some time, but it was not a big problem. He used Connecting Heaven Gu and Divine Sense Gu, finding Jewel Yellow Skies with ease. Jewel Yellow Skies was able to become the #1 trading venue for Gu Immortals in the 5 regions. It naturally had a huge origin. It was formed from a Gu Immortal's Grotto Heaven fusing with a large fragment of immemorial Yellow Heaven. Yellow Heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens was at the same level as White Heaven and Black Heaven. Even if a mortal looked at the sky, they would see White Heaven and Black Heaven. As long as the Gu Immortal used Connecting Heaven Gu, in their perception, Jewel Yellow Skies would be like a torch in a dark room. The process of communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies was very smooth. It was very smooth. Soon, a mirror appeared in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The scene in the mirror was that of jewel-yellow skies. Fang Yuan activated the divine sense gu, sending his thoughts into it endlessly. After a while, he contacted Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. According to Fang Yuan's instructions before he left, Little Hu Immortal would always be using connecting heaven gu in her possession. After Fang Yuan was reborn, although he did not know how the Battle of Dao Justice Heavenly Mountain would turn out, he knew that once this matter was exposed, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would be encircled by Central Continent's gu immortals. The dragonfish, eerie fire dragon pythons, and other resources in Hu Immortal Blessed Land had already been moved. They moved into star form Blessed Land one after another. There were still some left in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Dang Hun Mountain, several Fang Yuan stone nests, and a large number of hairy man slaves. In the underground cave, there was wisdom gu, as well as some sword path immortal gu that Fang Yuan took from immortal zombie Bo Qing. Dang Hun Mountain was left in Hu Immortal Blessed Land to facilitate the trade of guts gu. After all, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Spirit Affinity House, and Crane Gate. There was a direct connection. If it was star form Blessed Land, it would be easy to deduce. Furthermore, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was an enslavement path Blessed Land. There were many enslavement path Dao marks inside. It was beneficial for Fang Yuan to manage the hairy man slaves. If these hairy men were in star form Blessed Land, they would not be as obedient as Hu Immortal Blessed Land. They would not work hard on gu refinement. Although hairy men were variant humans, they had emotions and desires, they would slack off. Of course, Fang Yuan also considered He Lulan and Blazing Heaven Demoness. As for wisdom gu, Fang Yuan wanted to move it away the most. But Fang Yuan did not have the ability to do so. Back then, he had made an agreement with wisdom gu because of a special situation. Fang Yuan contacted Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. Is it Master? Little Hu Immortal asked happily. It is me. Fang Yuan replied. Is it really Master? Then let's use the secret code. Little Hu Immortal said again. The two exchanged the secret code. Little Hu Immortal was very happy. Master, are you doing well? I miss you so much. Fang Yuan smiled. He roughly reported some important matters. He informed Little Hu Immortal and ordered her to use Group B Plan C. All along, Fang Yuan had been under a lot of mental pressure. He was worried that one day, Central Continent gu immortals would attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. To minimize losses, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to deduce different situations and different plans. Moreover, he taught these plans to Little Hu Immortal. Preparing for a rainy day was naturally a good thing. But after Little Hu Immortal heard this, she recalled that plan. She was stunned for a moment before crying on the spot. Master, you don't want Little Hu Immortal anymore? Little Hu Immortal is very obedient. She will listen to Master even more in the future. Fang Yuan smiled. Don't worry, Group B Plan C is the latest modification. If you act according to this plan, the other party will not truly accept you. Little Hu Immortal stopped crying and smiled. She had complete trust in Fang Yuan. She did not doubt Fang Yuan's deduction. She acted according to the plan and contacted Land Spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan had already contacted Land Spirit of Langya. After all, he was an external supreme elder of Langya sect. Land Spirit of Langya quickly sent some rank 6 hairy man gu immortals to Hu Immortal Blessed Land through a stargate. They used the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar and turned into a giant, directly lifting up Dang Hun Mountain and sending it into the immortal aperture of a hairy man gu immortal, before bringing it back to Langya Blessed Land through a stargate. Little Hu Immortal brought them to Wisdom Gu. These hairy man gu immortals were stunned. After sending the message back, Land Spirit of Langya was shocked. He quickly used his methods to deceive Wisdom Gu into the immortal aperture of a hairy man gu immortal, before bringing it back to Langya Blessed Land. Knowing this result, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He had no choice but to expose Wisdom Gu to Land Spirit of Langya. He had no choice but to do so. The truth was, Land Spirit of Langya did not disappoint Fang Yuan. He was, after all, the obsession of rank 8 long-hair ancestor. Back then, long-hair ancestors' refinement path attainment had surpassed giant sun immortal and thieving heaven demon venerable. He was known as the #1 refinement path immortal in history. Such a person had an unfathomable foundation. Later generations also researched that if long-hair ancestors' physique was not limited, he would have been a variant human hairy man. If he was an ordinary human Gu immortal, he might have become a supreme rank 9 venerable. After Land Spirit of Langya moved Wisdom Gu to Langya Blessed Land, Feng Yuan contacted Star Form Blessed Land and moved Dang Hun Mountain into Langya Blessed Land as well. This way, Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley would both be in Langya Blessed Land. Even if fixed immortal travel failed to self-destruct and Wuxia succeeded, he could use fixed immortal travel to Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley. That would be Langya sect shielding Feng Yuan from disaster. Chapter 1036. After relocating Hu Immortal and Star Form Blessed Lands, the situation in the rear is settled. After completing this matter, Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He relaxed a little. He did not consider victory, he first considered defeat. With this done, no matter how Wuxia dealt with it, Feng Yuan's losses were greatly reduced. Interestingly, due to a freak combination of factors, his and Wuxia's identities had been swapped. Feng Yuan was determined to live forever. His original body was just a bag of flesh to him. He did not feel any reluctance to give it up. He only cared about 3 things. First, the Gu worms in his original body. Second, the cultivation resources accumulated in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land. Third, the relationships between He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing, Land Spirit of Langya, Spirit Affinity House, Crane Gate, and others. Feng Yuan looked at the pitch-black sky. The wind at the top of the mountain shook the branches of the pine tree he was resting on. He thought, at this time, fixed immortal travel should have self-destructed. Next, the other Gu worms will self-destruct. I wonder what Wuxia will do? The hope of me retrieving these Gu worms is already minuscule. Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land's resources have already been moved away. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is in the hands of Central Continent's Gu Immortals, while Star Form Blessed Land is hidden deep in Earth Abyss. Now, only the third thing is left, He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing, and others. Feng Yuan thought about it carefully. Among them, the relationship between Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate had already broken down. The truth of Feng Yuan destroying 88-point Xianxia Tower had already been exposed. If the Celestial Court pursued the matter, they would definitely find trouble with Feng Yuan. Wuxia was using Feng Yuan's body. In a way, he was blocking trouble for Feng Yuan. Thus, there was no need to worry about this. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing were Feng Yuan's worries. Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness were dead. He Lulan's value was greatly reduced, but she was still a 10 extreme Gu immortal with a great strength true martial physique. Adding on her identity as Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy in the 500 years of his previous life, she had great luck and was a formidable character. She could not be underestimated. On Tai Bai Yunxing, although there were only 2 immortal Gu, each was a top-tier Gu worm with great use. Feng Yuan was extremely worried that these 2 would be used by Wuxia to make things difficult for him. After contacting Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, Feng Yuan immediately tried to contact He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing through Jewel Yellow Skies. They also left a will in the Jewel Yellow Skies. This was a communication method that they had prepared long ago. But even though Feng Yuan communicated with these 2's wills in Jewel Yellow Skies, he was still unable to contact them. Only when these 2 took the initiative to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies would these wills return to their main bodies and communicate, would he be able to learn the truth. He could not contact them. Feng Yuan's eyes were filled with worry. Without a choice, he gave up on trying and contacted Land Spirit of Langya. This time, he received a response almost immediately. Good lad, you finally contacted me. Land Spirit of Langya was extremely excited, shouting loudly. To speak the truth, when he agreed to help Feng Yuan relocate, it was mainly because Feng Yuan had already joined Langya sect. When he found Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and especially Wisdom Gu, he was completely stunned. There was only one word to describe it. That was shock. He had never expected Fang Yuan's foundation to be so deep. It was so deep that he simply could not believe it. Hearing Land Spirit of Langya's call, Fang Yuan smiled, as if he was looking at a hairy land spirit. A land spirit that resembled a gorilla was jumping around on the ground, waving its arms and legs with an exaggerated expression. Land Spirit of Langya originated from long-hair ancestor. It was very special. It was formed from two obsessions. This current obsession. It was extremely aggressive. It wanted hairy men to be the masters of the 5 regions and suppress humans. It was even more impatient than the sage-like one. But no matter which one it was, as long as it was a land spirit, they would not lie. They were all straightforward people. Fang Yuan had a much easier time interacting with the land spirit than with those human Gu immortals who knew their faces but not their hearts. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not speak, Land Spirit of Langya could not bear it any longer. It continued to shout, "Fang Yuan, Langya's sect has helped you greatly this time. Otherwise, wouldn't you want to kill yourself after losing all these? Tell me, how are you going to repay me?" After a pause, Fang Yuan heard Land Spirit of Langya say, "Kid, quickly offer these to the sect. I won't treat you unfairly. You're our guest Grand Elder. I will give you a vast amount of sect contribution points. It is enough for you to exchange for countless immortal Gu recipes and immortal Gu." Since Fang Yuan asked Land Spirit of Langya for help, he was naturally mentally prepared. Anyone who saw Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Wisdom Gu would be moved. Even Land Spirit of Langya was not immune. Land Spirit of Langya might be a straightforward person, but it was not a dead thing without intelligence. Immediately, Fang Yuan replied calmly, "I am Langya sect's external supreme elder. These are all mine." First elder, you are not thinking of embezzling these things, right? Land Spirit of Langya pulled his hair and shouted, "If I had known this, I would not have allowed you to join Langya sect. That way, I could directly confiscate your supreme treasures. Damn it, I spoke the truth again." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Back then, Land Spirit of Langya wanted Fang Yuan to join Langya sect. It was naturally sincere. Now that both sides had made an agreement, it was too late for Land Spirit of Langya to regret it. At least, with his current methods, it was already too late for him to break the alliance agreement. Even if he wanted to regret it, he would need some time to prepare and undo the Information Path Alliance agreement. Even so, because he did not know how to lie, Fang Yuan only needed to probe a little to obtain information. Just based on this, Fang Yuan was already in complete control of Land Spirit of Langya. However, after careful consideration, Fang Yuan felt that it was better to leave Langya Blessed Land for Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and even Wisdom Gu. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were 2 treasure lands that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable once controlled. If fixed immortal travel was not destroyed, wouldn't that mean that Wuxia and the rest could return to these 2 places at any time? If Fang Yuan placed these 2 treasure lands in his immortal aperture, it would be very inappropriate. It would be like opening the door to a thief and inviting a wolf into the house. As for Wisdom Gu, Fang Yuan could not use it for the time being. He had revived and had a new body. He was no longer an immortal zombie. When he was an immortal zombie, Fang Yuan was not afraid of the light of wisdom. But now, if he was inside this light, his lifespan would decrease rapidly. This was a price that Fang Yuan could not accept. Thus, if he had no choice in the future, Fang Yuan would not use Wisdom Gu. This time, I obtained the sovereign immortal aperture but lost the help of Wisdom Gu. This is a loss as well as a gain. But one day, I will find a way to use Wisdom Gu freely with a fresh body. During this period of time, I might as well give Wisdom Gu to Land Spirit of Langya for safekeeping. It will save me the trouble of worrying about this. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan said to Land Spirit of Langya, "First Supreme Elder, it is impossible for me to directly offer these 3 treasures to the sect. However, we can totally cooperate with each other. I will lend Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Wisdom Gu to the sect. The sect will be in charge of safekeeping them. If there are any accidents, we will repay them tenfold. Other than that, you just need to compensate me with some sect contribution points. Land Spirit of Langya was overjoyed. He waved his arms and legs as he shouted, "Kid, you are very tactful. That's good, that's good. With Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, I can refine and strengthen the souls of those children. It will be very beneficial for their Gu refinement. And Wisdom Gu, hee, this is a rank 9 Wisdom Path Gu, the vital Gu of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable back then, hee. Using it to deduce immortal Gu recipes is simply too amazing." Feng Yuan heard Land Spirit's tone. He actually knew how to use Wisdom Gu. He could not help but ask. Land Spirit was not an idiot. He chuckled and replied, "If you want to know how to use Wisdom Gu, use your sect contribution points to exchange for it. Our Langya sect is very fair." Both sides discussed for a while and finished discussing the matter of cooperation. Feng Yuan then talked about the Featherman Zhou Zhong. Even though this variant human Gu immortal was Feng Yuan's slave, this relationship could be broken. Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan both knew that Zhou Zhong was exposed. He might as well lead those feathermen and stay in Langya Blessed Land for now. After all, Langya Blessed Land had a huge space. Of course, it could not compare to Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. As for those hairy man-slaves in Feng Yuan's stone nests, after Feng Yuan and the Land Spirit of Langya negotiated, these hairy men still belonged to Feng Yuan, but they had to throw away their slave relationship. They could only be considered as Feng Yuan's subordinates in Langya sect. Because of his background, the Land Spirit of Langya loved hairy men and despised other races. He had the ideology of hairy democracy. He naturally would not allow Feng Yuan to order these hairy men around as slaves. He did not fall out with Feng Yuan because of this, and even allowed these hairy men to remain under Feng Yuan's jurisdiction. It was already very rare. Actually, Feng Yuan was happy to see this happen. These hairy men were already free. They belonged to Langya Blessed Land. But as long as Feng Yuan mobilized them and ordered them to refine Gu, they would obey. It would not be much different from before. In fact, these hairy men would be nurtured by the Land Spirit of Langya. They would even have families and businesses in the Blessed Land. It would stimulate their passion for Gu refinement and increase their work efficiency. Finally, Feng Yuan roughly told the Land Spirit of Langya about Wuxia and Shadow Sect. The Land Spirit of Langya was stunned. It took a long time for him to react after Feng Yuan finished speaking. "So you even have Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal Gu, Spring Autumn Cicada." The Land Spirit of Langya shouted again, "What kind of dog shit luck do you have? No, don't tell me you even have Giant Sun Immortal's vital immortal Gu, dog shit luck? So Giant Sun Immortal's vital immortal Gu is actually dog shit luck? Isn't it fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu?" The Land Spirit of Langya snorted. Fortune rivaling heaven was refined by him in his later years. In his early years, it was dog shit luck. I worked with him before, how could I not know? Chapter 1037. Feng Yuan had a strange expression. This was the first time he had heard of such a strange immortal Gu like dog shit luck. In this situation, exposing Spring Autumn Cicada was not a big deal. In any case, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals already knew about it, which meant that the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent also knew about it. Land Spirit of Langya continued, "Unfortunately, this Spring Autumn Cicada is only rank 6. If it was rank 9 Spring Autumn Cicada, you would definitely have one. Spring Autumn Cicada has already fallen into Wuxia's hands. You cannot let it develop. But fortunately, I have many time path methods on my side. Spring Autumn Cicada is only rank 6, and I know who has it. It is easy to restrain it." Restrain Spring Autumn Cicada? Feng Yuan was very interested. To speak the truth, this was his greatest worry. Land Spirit of Langya said casually, "Spring Autumn Cicada is only rank 6, it is fine if we don't know who has it, but since we know, it is much easier to deal with it. It might be Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal Gu, but so what? In this world, there are only invincible Gu masters. There are no invincible Gu worms. In this world, time path is not number 1, but rather, all the paths are blossoming. But if we use time path methods to restrain it, it will be more effective. Feng Yuan heard this and nodded, feeling that Lan's spirit of Langya's words were reasonable. For example, this time he used spring-autumn cicada to rebirth, but was deduced by Shadow Sect and was even used wantonly. This was a classic example of using wisdom path to restrain time path. Spring-autumn cicada was indeed unique, but it was not an invincible existence. Man was the spirit of all living beings, while Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth emphasized balance. Spring-autumn cicada being restrained by other methods was reasonable. Since rebirth, I have always treated spring-autumn cicada as my greatest trump card. To think that there would be a day when I would have to deal with spring-autumn cicada. Feng Yuan sighed. While he was contacting Land Spirit of Langya in Central Continent, Mingtang Valley. This valley that was filled with radiance all year round. It was quite famous in Central Continent. It was jointly controlled by Wind Cloud Manor and Heavenly Lotus sect of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. It was a famous sacred land that produced light path Gu worms. This treasure land contained extremely dense light path Dao marks. Almost every 20 years, it would produce light path wild immortal Gu. In the depths of Mingtang Valley, there was a demonic path Gu immortal. Gong Sun Liang was as immovable as a mountain. Suddenly, he opened his eyes from his deep sleep. Is someone calling me? He muttered softly. A puzzled expression flashed across his face. Then, his expression turned solemn and dignified. His consciousness entered the immortal aperture. He used a unique information path method to communicate. Sir, you want to borrow my immortal Gu? On the other side, deep within the earth abyss, Wuxia replied, Yes. Gong Sun Liang opened his eyes completely at this time, not feeling sleepy at all. He was very hesitant, and his eyes kept flickering. He was a demonic path Gu immortal. They had been hunted down and suppressed by the righteous path of Zhongzhou state, especially the 10 ancient sections. He fled for his life to the ends of the earth. In a desperate escape filled with danger, he fell into a trap and was on the verge of death. At this time, he was saved by a mysterious person. Not only did Gong Sun Liang survive, under the mysterious person's guidance, he joined a mysterious organization. This organization only had one name, Defy. The members of the organization, they were all numbered and were very mysterious. Gong Sun Liang had obtained a lot of help from this organization. If not for this, he would not have been able to escape until now, and not be captured by the 10 great ancient sections. As time passed, he placed more importance on this organization, and also knew the purpose of this organization. He had many guesses. The code name of this organization usually represents the time one joined, and their status in the organization. Sir is number 1, he is the expert who created the organization, Defy. He suddenly wants to borrow Gu from me. Gong Sun Liang hesitated for a long time, before gritting his teeth and agreeing. Central Continent, Great Heavenly Sword Sect. 2 sword path Gu immortals, Miao Jun and Miao Yu, were discussing the important matters of the sect. At this time, Miao Jun's body shook. He received Wuxia's message. Facing Wuxia's request, Miao Jun was very hesitant. He said to Miao Yu, Sir contacted me, he wants to borrow our immortal Gu. Miao Yu frowned. This sir has a mysterious identity. We have been in Defy for a long time, but we have not received any news from him. But now, he wants to borrow our immortal Gu. Miao Jun nodded. We joined Defy in hopes that this organization could help us. But earlier, when we left Crane Gate, Defy did not help us at all. Now, he wants to borrow our immortal Gu. This sir is really not treating himself as an outsider. Several years ago, someone in Great Heavenly Sword Sect succeeded in immortal ascension. Thus, this force had 3 Gu immortals. Great Heavenly Sword Sect was originally a subordinate of Crane Gate. After having 3 Gu immortals, Great Heavenly Sword Sect wanted to get rid of their status as a subordinate of Crane Gate. Unfortunately, they did not succeed. Instead, Crane Gate poached them and recruited a 3rd Gu immortal. After this matter, Great Heavenly Sword Sect was taken care of by Crane Gate. Miao Jun and Miao Yu's days became increasingly difficult. The two wanted to borrow the strength of defy, but they could not do so. They were quite unhappy about it. Thus, Wuxia failed to borrow Gu from them using his identity as Sir Earth Abyss, in a secret room. Wuxia smashed the table in front of him. Miao Jun, Miao Yu. Wuxia gritted his teeth, his gaze was dark. The so-called defy was created by Shadow Sect. Central Continent was different from the other 4 regions. Celestial Court was high and mighty. The 10 great ancient sects under Celestial Court divided up most of Central Continent's cultivation resources, ruling over the world. Among the 10 great ancient sects, there were countless forces. Everyone wanted to climb higher, who did not want to go further. Which force did not want to expand their sphere of influence and have more cultivation resources. Especially Gu immortals, they had to undergo tribulations every once in a while. Thus, Gu immortals had to get stronger, otherwise, they would die in the tribulations. And to get stronger, it was not so easy. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. The most important thing was the lack of cultivation resources. But the 10 great ancient sects were extremely strong. They occupied a lot of cultivation resources. The other forces were not united. Their strength was not enough. They could not be shaken. Some ambitious people noticed this. They contacted each other and formed all kinds of alliances. But these alliances did not last long. If it was not because of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects' sabotage, it was because the members of the alliance were fighting amongst themselves. Of course, the root cause. They were still not strong enough. They could not contend against Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. As for Shadow Sect, they secretly established Defy, carefully selecting the members and gradually growing stronger. But this step was just an idle move. Even the Shadow Sect members who created Defy did not have high expectations. The more members there were, the more bloated the organization became. The more complicated it was, the harder it was to manage. Moreover, these members were not otherworldly demons. There were almost none who had escaped from fate. They were useful against Providence. Thus, back then, Spectral Soul's Gu refinement plan did not mobilize these people. Even if they were mobilized, could they be mobilized? Even if they could be mobilized, they might be used by Providence instead. The gains did not make up for the losses. But at this time, Shadow Sect's plan failed. They suffered huge losses. After Wuxia revived, he had to borrow the strength of Defy. It was not smooth for him to borrow Gu. Many Gu Immortal members tried all sorts of excuses. Immortal Gu were extremely precious. Defy's members kept their identities a secret. They did not know each other. The structure was very loose. How could it be easy to borrow Gu? Only demonic path Gu immortals like unmoving mountain Gong Sun Liang, who was alone, to escape the pursuit of Central Continent's righteous path and avoid wisdom path deductions, he could only borrow Defy's help. He could not leave Defy. Even if he was unwilling, he had to take the risk and lend the immortal Gu to Wuxia. Wuxia borrowed Gu for a long time. Feng Yuan's Gu worms self-destructed. Eventually, even though Wuxia successfully suppressed them and stopped the Gu worms from self-destructing, his losses were severe. Damn you, Feng Yuan. You are decisive and decisive. In the darkness, Wuxia's expression was dark. However, only someone like you can take sovereign immortal fetus Gu. After suppressing Feng Yuan's Gu worms, Wuxia used the borrowed immortal Gu to get rid of Feng Yuan's fake will in his mind. Just as he was preparing to use the immortal Gu to take Feng Yuan's Gu worms for himself, he suddenly sensed He Lulan's movements. He Lulan was sitting cross-legged on a stone bed. She slowly opened her eyes. She frowned slightly, and a hint of worry and solemnity flashed in the depths of her eyes. In the room, in a dark corner, Wuxia's voice could be heard. He Lulan, you don't need to try anymore. In this place, you will not succeed if you want to use Connecting Heaven Gu to contact Jewel Yellow Skies. He Lulan's gaze flickered. She was about to speak. At this time, Wuxia said, you don't need to disguise yourself and try to fool me. I know you are already suspicious of my identity. I will tell you directly. That's right, I am not Feng Yuan, I am Wuxia. He Lulan's expression changed. She was not Tai by Yunxing, she was not easy to fool. After Fang Yuan woke up, he had been acting strangely. He Lulan did not do anything, she only wanted to use fixed immortal travel to get out of danger. But she did not expect Wuxia to bring her here. There was a super goo formation here, the defense was tight, it could actually block connecting heaven goo, she could not even communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies successfully. After He Lulan failed to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies, she realized that Wuxia's identity was suspicious. But at this time, Wuxia told her directly, He Lulan was caught unprepared. You already know who I am. Wuxia's voice continued. I am one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split souls. I took over Fang Yuan's body. I will give you two choices now, one is to die, the other is to give up on Fang Yuan and join us. To Wuxia, He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique, she was also the person who escaped fate, she was the best chess piece. But if He Lulan did not understand the situation, he would kill He Lulan without any mercy. He could use He Lulan's corpse to revive his body. Using the formation here, Wuxia was confident he could deal with He Lulan. Chapter 1038. He Lulan was both shocked and furious. Wuxia's sudden attack had put her in a very passive position. Even though He Lulan did not know that Wuxia was one of Spectral Soul's split souls, she had experienced the battle of Tian Mountain, she knew that Wuxia, Shadow Sect, and Spectral Soul were on the same side. In the battle of Tian Mountain, He Lulan's great aunt, Blazing Heaven Demoness, and little aunt, Fairy Li Shan, died one after another. These two people were He Lulan's only remaining family members. As for Shadow Sect, who killed Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan, the hatred between Wuxia and He Lulan was irreconcilable. However, Wuxia was well aware of this. He did not care about all this and went straight to her door to force He Lulan to surrender. If they didn't surrender, then he would kill them. Although Wuxia was using Fang Yuan's body and was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, he had the rank 7 Gu immortal Shirnu with him, he had full battle strength. And most importantly, there was a super Gu formation here. To be able to block the investigation of Celestial Court and other forces, and also resist the attacks of fierce beasts in Earth Abyss, protecting Bo Qing's remnant soul for so many years, this Gu formation was extraordinary. This was Wuxia's greatest source of confidence. Even though Wuxia was only a split soul, he inherited Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's killing nature and aggressiveness. He Lulan's face was ashen, her eyes flashing with intense hatred. Since Wuxia dares to make things difficult for me, he must be well prepared and confident. The other party was unfathomable, he had a close relationship with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If I stubbornly resist to the end, I'm afraid the outcome will be worrying. He could only endure it for now. I'll look for a good opportunity in the future. With that in mind, He Lulan snorted coldly and said, Your Shadow Sect killed 2 of my family members, and you still want me to submit to you? Aren't you afraid that I'll bite back one day? Ha! Wuxia laughed. What's there to be afraid of? After a pause, he continued, Firstly, I'm strong and you're weak, so there's nothing to fear. Secondly, I also have information path methods and alliance agreements to restrict you. 3 times. I know a little about your character. You have yet to avenge yourself. He Qing didn't die, are you willing to let it end like this? Even if He Qing is killed by you, you will endure the humiliation and cultivate hard, waiting for a chance to counterattack. He Lulan was silent. Hearing how well Wuxia knew her, He Lulan's heart sank. He Lulan did not expect that only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy could one win 100 battles. Wuxia understood him so well. On the other hand, he knew almost nothing about him. This was all thanks to Fang Yuan. Back then, after Old Man Inkstone of Shadow Sect found out about Fang Yuan's abnormality, he used Heavenly Secret Gu and other methods to make deductions. As a key figure around Fang Yuan, He Lulan was naturally implicated. The Shadow Sect collected and deduced a lot of information. Wuxia originally did not know, but because of Red Lotus' true inheritance in the River of Time. He received pointers from Spectral Soul's will in the true inheritance. He understood a lot about He Lulan. Seeing that He Lulan was silent, Wuxia showed great patience. He did not rush her. In this simple room, there was only a trace of light. He Lulan's entire body was shrouded in darkness. After a long while, she spoke. "You want to recruit me? Who are you going to deal with? If you want me to kill my way to the celestial court, you might as well take my life now." Ha! Wuxia laughed. "No need to probe, He Lulan. I want to recruit you because I want to deal with Feng Yuan." He Lulan's eyes shined with brilliance. She raised her voice. "Oh, it seems that Feng Yuan did not die after all?" Not only did he not die, he even gained a lot. Wuxia could not conceal the hatred in his tone. "You want to use me to frame Feng Yuan, to help you obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land?" He Lulan continued to ask. Wuxia sneered. "Feng Yuan's Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land should have been emptied. The cultivation resources inside, including Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, were all moved to Langya Blessed Land." Langya Blessed Land? He, the place where you fought with Fairy Li Shan, Qin Baisheng, He Cheng, and Zhang Yu. But Feng Yuan did not tell you? Wuxia said. He Lulan was silent. Wuxia continued. Langya Blessed Land was formed from the immortal aperture left behind by Longhair Ancestor. It was originally a grotto heaven. Now that it has fallen to a blessed land, its foundation is so deep that it can be called the number 1 blessed land in the 5 regions. Imperial Court Blessed Land has already been destroyed. There are no other blessed lands that can compare to it. Not only did Feng Yuan move all the resources into Langya Blessed Land, he even joined Langya sect and betrayed humanity, becoming the lackey of the hairy men. He Lulan's gaze flashed. Wuxia seemed to know what she was thinking. He continued to smile. "You are right. I still have people in Langya Blessed Land. I know almost everything that happened in Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan will not be able to last long. You can only rely on me to survive." The scene of Tian Mountain appeared in He Lulan's mind. Spectral Soul's towering body was deeply engraved in her mind. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He Lulan muttered in her mind. She then closed her eyes, saying, "The situation is stronger than the person. I will rely on you. However, I need to remind you. You want me to deal with Feng Yuan, but I still have an alliance agreement with him." "It is just an alliance agreement. I can help you get rid of it," Wuxia said confidently. But He Lulan said, "Is that all right? Back then, when we created this alliance agreement, it was stated clearly. No matter which side gets rid of the alliance agreement, the other side would not need to abide by it." Wuxia felt troubled. "Oh? This way, if I help you get rid of the alliance agreement, wouldn't I be helping Feng Yuan indirectly?" He Lulan nodded. "That is correct." Feng Yuan had set up this rule back then because he was afraid that Fairy Li Shan would secretly get rid of the alliance agreement. After all, Fairy Li Shan cultivated information path. Feng Yuan had to be on guard against her. But the world changed. Fate was unpredictable. Fairy Li Shan died. Wuxia wanted to help He Lulan get rid of the alliance agreement. The essence of the alliance agreement is to use information path methods to carve information path Dao marks on each other's bodies and souls. To get rid of the alliance agreement, I need to get rid of the information path Dao marks. Wuxia thought. It is very easy for me to get rid of the information path Dao marks on He Lulan. With this super goo formation and my goo worms, I can do it. But this way, I will be helping Feng Yuan as well. Wuxia was not willing to do that. In his opinion, the ideal situation was for He Lulan to get rid of the alliance agreement, while Feng Yuan would still be restricted by it. This way, he would be able to use He Lulan to deal with Feng Yuan. He would have a huge innate advantage. Actually, it is not impossible to get to the ideal situation. I just need to get rid of the information path Dao marks first. On He Lulan, there would definitely be one or several information path Dao marks. It meant, if one side gets rid of the alliance agreement, the other side would not need to abide by it. And this type of information path Dao mark would definitely be related to other information path Dao marks. Wuxia only needed to get rid of this information path alliance agreement first, then get rid of the other information path Dao marks to get to the ideal situation. In the future, he could use the alliance agreement to harm Fang Yuan. But to do that, it is very difficult. Wuxia's brows furrowed deeper. To make an inappropriate analogy, the alliance agreement between He Lulan and Fang Yuan was like two bombs that were connected to each other. Regardless of which side, if they violated the alliance agreement, the bomb would explode and they would be punished severely. Wuxia had the ability to get rid of the bomb on He Lulan now, but the bomb on Fang Yuan would also lose its effect. This was not what Wuxia wanted. But to get to the ideal situation, he needed to get rid of the bomb on He Lulan. Among the countless colored wires, he needed to find the most crucial one or a few and get rid of them. However, to do that it was very difficult. Not only was Wuxia lacking in attainment level, he also did not have the corresponding immortal goo. Damn it, this Fang Yuan does things so meticulously. Wuxia felt depressed. If this was before the Battle of Etian Mountain, it would be easy for him to do this. He could just ask the other members of Shadow Sect to do it. Not to mention Spectral Soul's main body. But that was then and this was now. After the Battle of Etian Mountain, Shadow Sect's plan failed, they suffered huge losses, only a few of them were left in the 5 regions. Wuxia knew that even if he rebuilt Shadow Sect and gathered all of the remaining forces, he would not be able to do this. This way, He Lulan's value will be greatly reduced. Should I kill her and turn her into a great strength true martial immortal zombie, to help my body obtain a life and death immortal aperture and revive? A thought emerged in Wuxia's mind. But after thinking about it, he gave up on this idea. The revival of a life and death immortal aperture has a huge hidden danger. If I am unlucky, the immortal aperture will self-detonate. I might as well use an ordinary immortal zombie to create a stable life and death immortal aperture. Thinking of the life and death immortal aperture, Wuxia naturally thought of sovereign immortal fetus goo. At once, he gritted his teeth, and his hatred towards Fang Yuan deepened by several degrees. After Shadow Sect created the life and death immortal aperture revival method, they experimented many times and found something wrong with it. Next, they paid a huge price to improve it step by step. Finally, Spectral Soul's main body joined in, using the essence of Human Path, Transformation Path, and Heaven Path to create Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo's Immortal Goo recipe. Fang Yuan snatched Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo and created the 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture. It was a meteoric rise. Shadow Sect's tens of thousands of years of painstaking effort were all for naught. This deep hatred could not be described with words. Forget it. I should let He Lulan go. I have few people now. He Lulan has excellent aptitude. She will be a good fighter. Fang Yuan, you will fall into my hands sooner or later. By then, I will pull out your tendons and bones. I will use every inch of your flesh and hair to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo. Chapter 1039. How about it? Have you thought it through? You are Xianxia Sect's external supreme elder. You can use your sect contribution points to exchange for the method. Land Spirit of Xianxia smiled. In Central Continent, He Lulan had been forced to join Wuxia. Fang Yuan did not know about it and was still in contact with Land Spirit of Xianxia. Both sides discussed the methods to restrain spring-autumn cicada. Land Spirit of Xianxia was indeed from long-hair ancestor. Xianxia Blessed Land had a huge business and deep foundation. Through the conversation earlier, Fang Yuan was shocked to find that Land Spirit of Xianxia had no less than 10 methods that could restrain spring-autumn cicada. There were many methods and choices at once. Fang Yuan felt somewhat lost. But he quickly calmed his mind and thought of something, asking, I wonder how many sect contribution points I have now? 300. Land Spirit of Xianxia hesitated before answering. 300. Fang Yuan frowned. He knew that after joining Xianxia sect, he had not done anything for the sect. This amount of sect contribution points was obtained by lending Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley's wisdom goo to Land Spirit of Xianxia. However, be it Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, or wisdom goo, they were all peerless treasures, but they were only worth 300 sect contribution points? Immediately, Fang Yuan felt suspicious, but he did not question it directly, instead asking in a roundabout way, "First Supreme Elder, I don't know how you calculated these 300 contribution points, please explain it to me." Land Spirit of Xianxia heard Fang Yuan call him First Supreme Elder and immediately became happy. He said frankly, "This is very simple. Dang Hun Mountain is worth 100 contribution points, Luo Pa Valley is worth 100 contribution points, and Wisdom Goo is also worth 100 contribution points." Fang Yuan's tone sank. Wisdom Goo is a rank 9 immortal goo. Why does it have the same contribution points as Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley? No need to be suspicious. Land Spirit of Xianxia quickly replied, "These three can be considered as you lending them to the sect. My Xianxia sect still has to bear the expenditure of earth chi and feed wisdom goo for you. Giving you 300 contribution points is clearly stated in the sect's rules. I knew that if a sect wanted to grow, it needed to be fair and just. Don't worry, if it's yours, we won't mistreat you. If it's not yours, we won't subsidize you." After a pause, the Land Spirit of Xianxia continued, "Of course. If you offer these three to the sect, in that case, the contribution points would be much higher, and you could even become the Grand Elder of this sect. It would not be impossible." When Fang Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but be tempted. Wouldn't becoming the Xianxia sect's first supreme elder be equivalent to obtaining the greatest authority? Even if he was not the owner of Xianxia Blessed Land, he could mobilize the Hairy Man Goo Immortals and other forces in the Blessed Land, right? But immediately after, the Land Spirit of Xianxia continued, "But if you want to become the first supreme elder, you must break away from your human identity and transform into a hairy man. Only an outstanding hairy man can lead the Grand Hairy Man tribe." The Land Spirit of Xianxia's tone was filled with the strong aura of hairy democracy. Fang Yuan immediately dispelled his earlier thoughts. He did not doubt that the Land Spirit of Xianxia had methods to transform humans into hairy men. But if Fang Yuan became a hairy man, the price would be too high. Not to mention the fact that the current human race was unshakable. Variant humans like hairy men, even if they became immortals, they would have to stand aside. They would be ostracized. First and foremost, variant humans like hairy men had innate flaws. They could not become rank 9 venerables. Fang Yuan was determined to live forever. Cultivation level was only a supplementary factor. But evidently, the higher his cultivation level, the closer he was to eternal life. This logic was clear. Between an ant and a tree, which one was closer to eternal life? Fang Yuan only had 300 sect contribution points. The Land Spirit of Xianxia had calculated this clearly. He did not give Fang Yuan a single cent more, nor a single cent less. Fang Yuan acutely realized this. These 300 sect contribution points were very precious. They had high value. If he could use them properly, they would definitely be useful to him now. They would be of great help. Thus, he thought about it. He was not in a hurry to spend these contribution points to exchange for a method to restrain spring-autumn cicada. On the other side, the Land Spirit of Xianxia continued, "Sect contribution points are meant to be spent. You do not need to treasure them too much. Our sect has many missions. They can be carried out. As long as you complete any one of them, your sect contribution points will increase." "Oh, what missions are there?" Fang Yuan asked casually. The Land Spirit of Xianxia wanted to make use of Fang Yuan's strength. He naturally told him everything he knew. Fang Yuan quickly shook his head, his face filled with disappointment. These sect missions were divided into two types. One was to collect goo refinement materials, the other was to spar with the Hairy Man Goo Immortals and nurture their battle attainment. It turned out that after Qin Bai Sheng and the rest attacked Xianxia Blessed Land, the Land Spirit of Xianxia turned from the white-haired Land Spirit to the black-haired Land Spirit. The concept of managing Xianxia Blessed Land had also undergone a complete change. The black-haired land spirit encouraged battle. He wanted the hairy men to become the overlords of the Gu master world and trample on humans and other races. Thus, he actively trained the hairy man Gu immortals under him, wanting to nurture their battle strength. Before this, these hairy man Gu immortals only knew how to refine Gu. They did not even have any basic training. Their battle attainment could no longer be described as trash. But now, Feng Yuan did not have the mood to help the black-haired land spirit find Gu refinement materials. He did not have the patience to babysit the hairy man Gu immortals. How about this? First Supreme Elder, I lack Gu worms. Buy some southern border Gu worms from Jewel Yellow Skies and check if there are any problems. If there are no problems, send them over. Feng Yuan changed the topic and made a request. The land spirit of Xianxia naturally did not reject him. Batches of Gu worms quickly passed through Jewel Yellow Skies and connected Heaven Gu, arriving in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The first batch was a large number of mortal Gu, including wine sackflower Gu, rice sackgrass Gu, sweet spring Gu, eating wind drink dew Gu, and others. But the situation was different now. Previously, Feng Yuan was an immortal zombie. He did not need to eat. But now that he had revived, he needed to replenish his food and water regularly. Even Gu immortals would starve to death if they did not eat, unless they had food path Dao marks of the same level. Other than these food path mortal Gu, there were also some clothing Gu. Feng Yuan was not satisfied with fire cloak Gu and flying smoke Gu. The effect of the flames was too eye-catching and flashy. Once he obtained these clothing Gu, he immediately changed fire cloak Gu. There was also house Gu. For example, the wood path Gu worm 3-star cave. After using it, it could turn into a tree house with a hollow trunk. The second batch was moving perspective Gu and Stargate Gu. They used Jewel Yellow Skies to communicate with each other. It was not safe. Jewel Yellow Skies was only an open market. It was not a secret communication bridge. And moving perspective Gu used space gates to travel back and forth, avoiding the 5 regional walls. It was truly a top-tier mortal Gu. Be it moving perspective Gu's recipe or Stargate Gu's recipe, the land spirit of Xianxia had obtained them from Feng Yuan long ago. According to the previous generation's land spirit of Xianxia's personality, he naturally had to refine them. Thus, these 2 Gu worms. They were directly extracted from Xianxia blessed land. The moment they entered Jewel Yellow Skies, the 2 Gu worms burst out with intense treasure light, attracting the attention of many Gu immortals. They were clearly mortal Gu, but the treasure light was unimaginably intense. This phenomenon attracted the attention of many Gu immortals. They went forward to ask, but were all rejected by the land spirit of Xianxia. The third batch was some mortal Gu from Xianxia sect's storage. Feng Yuan wanted to use them to test his sovereign immortal aperture. After all, the previous tests were only superficial observations. To truly understand the mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture, he needed to use Gu worms as tools. The fourth batch was the highlight. Sword Path Immortal Gu from Sword Immortal Bo Qing. Feng Yuan had stolen many immortal Gu from Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Next, he used the Light of Wisdom and Wisdom Path methods to deceive these immortal Gu, before slowly refining them. Before the Battle of Etian Mountain, he had only successfully refined Changed Soul Immortal Gu. At the crucial moment of the Battle of Etian Mountain, Feng Yuan used it as a method to counterattack. Right now, Changed Soul Immortal Gu was still in Feng Yuan's hands. As for the other Sword Path Immortal Gu, they were filled with Bo Qing's will. They were harder to refine than Changed Soul Immortal Gu, thus, they were left in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Yuan did not bring them to Etian Mountain. After all, these immortal Gu had not been refined. They could not be used even if they were brought over. As it turned out, it was fortunate that Feng Yuan did not bring them with him. Otherwise, according to the development of the situation, if these immortal Gu were left in his body, they would have benefited him instead. These Sword Path Immortal Gu were Rank 8 Wisdom Sword Gu, Rank 7 Sword Escape Gu, Rank 7 Wave Sword Gu, Rank 7 Sword Eyebrows Gu, and Rank 7 Flying Sword Gu. The land spirit of Xianxia transmitted Sword Escape Immortal Gu and Flying Sword Immortal Gu to Feng Yuan. Both sides quickly transacted. At the first moment, Fang Yuan used a rock that he picked up to buy Sword Escape Immortal Goo and Flying Sword Immortal Goo. The treasure light is hundreds of feet tall. What happened just now? It seems to be an Immortal Goo transaction. How can this be? I saw it with my own eyes. One side bought 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo so quickly, it is too fast. Bought 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo? Oh my god, I do not even have a single rank 6 Immortal Goo. Who is so rich? The previous few batches of goo worms had attracted the attention of many people. This transfer involved Immortal Goo. It immediately caused a huge commotion in Jewel Yellow Skies. Immortal Goo transactions were usually done by exchanging Immortal Goo. It was very rare even in Jewel Yellow Skies. Thus, Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Langya's transaction was like a huge rock smashing into a calm lake. It caused a huge commotion. 2 Immortal Goo. Each has a treasure light that is 700 to 800 feet tall. But the other side used a rock to pay. A Goo immortal who was fortunate enough to witness it personally transmitted his divine sense. This news caused a huge commotion among the Goo immortals again. Impossible. A rock? Are you joking? It seems that this is not a simple transaction. They are using Jewel Yellow Skies to transport them. Even if they are transporting Immortal Goo, it is rare. Jewel Yellow Skies' transaction fee is calculated according to the treasure light. At once, all sorts of divine senses shot out of Jewel Yellow Skies. Countless Goo immortal wills inside were moving and communicating. It was a complete mess, like a market in the mortal world. Because of Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Langya's communication, the whole of Jewel Yellow Skies was in chaos. Chapter 1040. Southern Border, at the peak of a nameless mountain. Fang Yuan had Sword Escape Immortal Goo in his left hand and Flying Sword Immortal Goo in his right hand. He looked around. Sword Escape Immortal Goo was like a bee with golden needles, while Flying Sword Immortal Goo was like a silver-winged dragonfly. Both had their own merits. The former was a movement Immortal Goo. Its speed was not inferior to the rank 7 Chi Escape Immortal Goo. The latter was famous in history. It was Sword Immortal Bo Qing's most commonly used offensive and defensive Goo. The aura of rank 7 permeated the surroundings. Fang Yuan smiled as he stored the 2 Immortal Goo. During this period of time on Yitian Mountain, the Sword Path Immortal Goo had all been successfully refined by the light of wisdom. They had all become Fang Yuan's. These 2 Immortal Goo were naturally among them. They could be used by Fang Yuan at any time now. With these 2 Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan felt much more at ease. Previously, he had Attitude Goo, Change Soul Immortal Goo, and Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. He lacked defensive and movement methods. Now that he had these 2 Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan's weakness was filled. His battle strength rose sharply. If he faced Huakong Dong again, Fang Yuan could directly use his Immortal Goo to attack. Connecting Heaven Goo was no longer used. Because the land spirit of Langya gave him Sword Escape and Flying Sword, 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo, Jewel Yellow Skies was bustling with activity. More and more Goo immortals joined in, discussing this matter crazily. In the Goo immortal world, rank 6 Goo immortals were the majority. Among rank 6 Goo immortals, most did not have a single rank 6 Immortal Goo. Thus, this transaction of 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo caused such a commotion. Jewel Yellow Skies was only a market. It was very open and could not be kept a secret. Fang Yuan used Jewel Yellow Skies to transport Immortal Goo. He had no choice. After obtaining 2 Sword Path Immortal Goo, he stopped using Connecting Heaven Goo. As for Jewel Yellow Skies, it could do whatever it wanted. Using Moving Perspective Cup Goo, he continued to communicate with the land spirit of Langya. This time, you've spent a total of 30 sect contribution points, said the land spirit of Langya. Using Jewel Yellow Skies to transport Goo worms. Not for free. For every transaction, Jewel Yellow Skies would collect a fee. The fee was determined according to the treasure light. The higher the treasure light, the higher the fee. These procedures and fees. It was all borne by the land spirit of Langya. In turn, Langya sect would deduct Fang Yuan's sect contribution points. As a result, Fang Yuan's sect contribution points quickly shrunk, leaving him with only 270. Of course, of the 30 contribution points, a portion was used to purchase goo worms for Fang Yuan. I want to talk to you in detail about the trade of guts goo. Fang Yuan replied. This conversation took quite a long time. Only in the middle of the night did the two sides finalize all the details and come to an agreement. Guts goo trade. Fang Yuan's eyes were shining, excitement still lingering on his face. The night wind howled, bringing with it a chill, but it could not extinguish the fire in his heart. All along, Fang Yuan's guts goo trade. It was mainly limited by the number of hairy man slaves. Because guts goo needed air sac goo to be placed inside and sold outside of Danghun Mountain. But air sac goo needed He Lolan's strength chi immortal goo as the main goo refinement material, and also needed hairy man slaves to refine it. Right now, He Lulan was missing, strength chi immortal goo was not with Fang Yuan. But this was not a problem. Long ago, Fang Yuan had used the light of wisdom to research a new goo recipe. But he had been restraining himself. He wanted to maintain the beneficial relationship with He Lulan. The number of hairy man slaves was the main factor restricting this trade. But it was very difficult to increase the number of hairy man slaves. Firstly, the hairy man slaves were in jewel yellow skies. They had the highest price among all the variant human slaves. Especially for goo refinement experts, they were even more expensive. Secondly, the goo refinement process was filled with danger. Hairy man slaves could die during the process. Thus, even though Fang Yuan added many hairy man slaves, their numbers did not increase in Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan had once wanted to raise his own hairy men. But he lacked the methods to raise hairy men. This thought ended in failure. But now, Fang Yuan joined Xianxia sect. How many hairy men were there in Xianxia blessed land? The number was unimaginable. This blessed land might be the largest gathering place of variant human hairy men in the current 5 regions. Lending Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley to Xianxia sect, Fang Yuan naturally had his own motives. He wanted to use the hairy men in Xianxia blessed land to refine air sac goo for him. The guts goo trade would far surpass Fang Yuan's previous scale. It would rise to an immeasurable level. As long as we have jewel yellow skies, so what if Central Continent suppresses us? The guts goo trade will not face any obstruction. I am really looking forward to it. According to the results of our discussion, even if Xianxia sect takes half of the profits, I will be able to get 6,000 immortal yuan stones every month just from the guts goo trade. Fang Yuan's previous profits, including his other businesses, were only 2,000 immortal yuan stones every month. Now that he joined Xianxia sect, just from the guts goo trade alone, he would be able to get 6,000 immortal yuan stones. This was a number that many rank 6 goo immortals could not imagine. Fang Yuan's decision to join Xianxia sect after rebirth was made after careful consideration. Firstly, when Fang Yuan faces the pursuit of the entire world one day, who could be more reliable than Xianxia sect? Others coveted Fang Yuan's giant son true inheritance, but they also coveted Xianxia blessed land. After the land spirit of Xianxia changed, it wanted to expand the hairy man race. It was Fang Yuan's natural ally. Secondly, Xianxia blessed land itself was very strong. It had resisted 7 waves of attacks in the 500 years of his previous life. Thirdly, the land spirit of Xianxia could not lie. Fang Yuan could easily sense it if it had any ulterior motives. Because of these 3 points, Fang Yuan decided to join Xianxia sect. As expected on the first night of rebirth, he tasted great benefits. Fang Yuan not only used the land spirit of Xianxia to help him resolve the crisis, he even used Xianxia blessed land's foundation to increase his wealth. The week period of rebirth is over. Next, I need to inspect my 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture. There were no stars in the night sky, cold winds howled. Fang Yuan entered the house goo. After having a meal, he started to inspect the immortal aperture in detail. With the help of a group of mortal goo, the efficiency was naturally higher. It was a sleepless night. At dawn, Fang Yuan came out of the 3-star cave goo. He saw the scene of the sun rising. Southern border was originally mountainous and foggy, the rising sun gradually rose, causing the other side of the mountain ranges to burn with fire clouds that filled the sky. A huge sun appeared in a corner of the sky. At first, there was only a golden red arc. Soon after, the great sun gushed out, carrying with it a scarlet heat. It was like gold and iron flowing out of an iron furnace. As the sun rose, the clouds in the mountains were majestic. They were illuminated by the sunlight. The sun was shining brightly. Feng Yuan could not help but feel a sense of grand aspiration. The grand mountain path is like iron, now I will surpass it. Perilous is the essence of heaven and earth. My heart still looks up to heaven. After chanting in a low voice, Feng Yuan opened his arms and jumped down the mountain peak like a giant peng, flying straight up. As if he was stepping on the clouds, he flew towards the southeast direction. After this night, he learned more about the sovereign immortal aperture. The immortal aperture had a huge space. It was more than 500 million km too. Not just that, there were abundant time path resources. 1 day in the outside world was 2 months in the sovereign immortal aperture. He Lolan's great strength true martial immortal aperture was only 1 to 38 times faster than the outside world. Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was 1 to 60, it greatly surpassed He Lolan's. But compared to the difference in the immortal aperture space, the time path aspect was not surprising. But this made Feng Yuan let out a sigh of relief. If the time in the immortal aperture was too fast, calamities and tribulations would occur more frequently. Feng Yuan would be exhausted from defending against them. Maybe when Spectral's soul refined Gu, he had already considered this problem. 1 to 60, this surpassed super-grade blessed lands, but it was not exaggerated. Feng Yuan could barely accept it. Other than time path resources, Feng Yuan also found 16 green grape immortal essence beads in the sovereign immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was fresh. Unlike a dead aperture, it could produce immortal essence. It could produce 16 immortal essence beads in a day. That was 480 immortal essence beads in a month. It far surpassed Feng Yuan's previous life. Feng Yuan also found that his body contained a large number of Dao marks. These Dao marks belonged to all paths. Fire path, water path, wood path, light path, dark path, even poison path, luck path, and so on, they were all included. What made Feng Yuan even more surprised was that not only were there many types of Dao marks, but the scale was also huge. He could only make a rough estimate. On average, there were about 100 Dao marks in each path. 100 Dao marks could amplify the effect of the corresponding Gu worm by 10%. No wonder Feng Yuan could use Fire Path's Fire Cape Gu and Flying Smoke Gu to achieve outstanding results. But this discovery did not make Feng Yuan happy. Instead, his heart felt heavy. Gu immortals always pursued a single Dao mark. Because Dao marks could amplify the effect of Gu worms, but at the same time, they could also suppress and weaken them. For example, a water path Gu immortal who was covered in water path Dao marks would be inferior to a mortal Gu master if they used fire path mortal Gu. Even if Gu immortals cultivated multiple paths, they would focus on one path. This was common knowledge in the Gu immortal world. But the strange thing is, when I use mortal Gu of all paths, they are not suppressed or weakened by the Dao marks of other paths. Instead, there is a unilateral amplification effect. This goes against common knowledge. What is going on? There is one more thing. When Gu masters become immortals, they have vital Gu. But my sovereign immortal aperture does not have them. What is going on? The deeper he dug into the mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture, the more questions Feng Yuan had, the more questions he had. I have used all my methods in last night's investigation. It seems that to understand the mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture, I need to start with Spectral Soul, Shadow Sect, and Wuxia. But Yitian Mountain has changed too much. It is covered in dream realms. It will definitely be sealed by southern borders Gu immortals and become a forbidden area. And Wuxia is nowhere to be found. Forget it. The urgent matter now is to find southern borders and Xianxia. Chapter 1041. Southern Border, Rotten Mud Mountain. It was close to noon, the sun was shining high in the sky, There were no clouds in the sky. In a certain area of the forest behind Rotten Mud Mountain, a young boy was confronting a large bear. The atmosphere was tense. The large bear was 9 feet tall, it was fat and muscular, its fur was brown, thick and glossy. The bear opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs. Its red eyes stared at the young boy with a fierce gaze. The young boy confronting the large bear was only 15 or 16 years old. He was less than 5 feet tall. Compared to the large bear, he was even more petite and delicate. The young boy had thick eyebrows and big eyes, his gaze was bright and full of expression. He stared at the large bear bravely, without any intention of retreating. The brown bear growled, opening its mouth and pouncing towards the young boy. Don't be fooled by the brown bear's clumsy appearance. Old hunters knew that bear beasts had great explosive strength. The brown bear moved from stillness, its speed exploding at an astonishing speed. The young boy only felt the wind howling in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the brown bear was already in front of him. The young boy's expression did not change. He activated his goo worm at the critical moment. The movement goo worm allowed him to teleport a distance. The brown bear missed. It crashed into the tree behind the young boy. With a muffled sound, the thick tree trunk was broken by the brown bear. With a creaking sound, the tree fell down, crashing onto the ground with a muffled sound. Large numbers of birds in the surroundings flew away in panic. The young boy breathed in sharply, thinking, "Thankfully I dodged in time. Otherwise, if I was hit by this bear, even with defensive goo worms, my bones would be fractured." However, since he dodged this attack, the situation was tilted towards the young boy's side. The young boy's eyes shined brightly. He shouted, "Stupid bear, look at this young master's sword chi-goo." Before he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand, his index finger and middle finger were together. He pointed at the back of the brown bear. At the next moment, whoosh, with a soft sound from the young boy's finger, a pale white, translucent sword chi shot out. The sword chi quickly streaked through the air. It hit the brown bear's back. However, the brown bear's body suddenly emitted the aura of a wild goo. On the brown bear's back, the fur suddenly froze, forming a hard board. The sword chi hit the hard board with a muffled sound. Then, the sword chi was exhausted. The brown bear shook its fat body, without any injury. It shook its head and woke up from the dizziness just now. It turned around and aimed at the young man again. The teenager was dumbfounded. "Are you kidding me? This big stupid bear actually had a wild defensive goo. How can my sword chi goo fight like this? Grandpa, did you deliberately place the wild goo on the brown bear?" The youngster shouted. Good grandson, this brown bear is something that your grandfather, walked more than 10 miles of mountain road and finally found with great difficulty. He's a good opponent." A voice came from the tree trunk. It turned out that the young man's grandfather had been sitting on a tall tree trunk, watching the battle between his grandson and the brown bear. The youngster's greatest method was sword chi-goo. But at this moment, it was extremely ineffective against the brown bear. Each sword chi could only shave off some fur at most. Left with no choice, the youth could only hide everywhere. The brown bear was ferocious, but it was still a beast. It did not have enough intelligence. Although the youngster could not deal with the brown bear, he was very intelligent and had fought many battles in the past. He used his experience and dodged everywhere. The brown bear could not hit its target, instead knocking down many trees. Seeing the youngster's miserable appearance, the grandfather laughed loudly. "Brat, now you know the weakness of your sword chi-goo? It is a piercing attack. Once it is countered, it will expend primeval essence in vain. There is no effect. Come, grandson, catch the goo." Saying so, the grandfather waved his hand and threw a goo worm to the youngster. To borrow this goo worm, the youngster was almost slapped by the bear's paw and fell flat on his face. Fortunately, he was quick-witted. He rolled on the ground and narrowly escaped a bite from the brown bear. After pulling some distance, he jumped up and stood up again. "This is muddy goo," the youngster shouted, recognizing the goo worm in his hand. Although this goo worm was not his grandfather lent it to him, and the youngster activated it without any difficulty. His primeval essence poured into the muddy goo, and the goo worm let out a faint gray light. The youngster's palm shook lightly, and the gray light on the goo worm flew out and landed under the brown bear's feet. Gulp gulp, large amounts of bubbles emerged from the mud under the brown bear's feet. In the blink of an eye, this area turned into a pile of soft mud. The brown bear's 2 feet were stuck in the mud, trapped. It struggled crazily, throwing out countless amounts of mud. The mud hit the youngster's body and face. The youngster was too nervous to care about this, quickly activating the muddy goo again. The gray light hit that pile of mud again. The brown bear had already sunk to the bottom of the mud pit, and after struggling fiercely, was about to climb out. But after being hit by the gray light, the mud pit became deeper and bigger. The brown bear's 4 limbs were stuck, and the more it struggled, the deeper it sank. The brown bear stood up, but the depth of the mud already reached its waist. The youngster activated the muddy goo for the 3rd time, securing his victory. The brown bear sank again, and only its head was exposed, roaring unwillingly. I finally won. The youngster's body was weak, he sat on the ground and panted roughly. His face was pale, and his primeval essence was completely expended. With a soft sound, the youngster's grandfather jumped down from the tree, lightly leaping tens of feet and standing in front of the youngster. Rascal, now you know the benefits of the muddy goo? Without this goo, how could you have defeated the brown bear? The grandfather lectured. The youngster did not reply. He continued to pant for a while before snorting coldly, raising his head and looking at his grandfather. Grandfather, you did this on purpose. Didn't you want me to give up Sword Path and cultivate our Ni clan's Earth Path? The grandfather bent his finger and knocked on the youngster's head, saying with love and hate, Lad, with your intelligence, if you could use it on Earth Path cultivation, how good would that be? The youngster covered his head with both hands, shouting, But I like Sword Path. At the next moment, Ni Kuin's body shook. The Ni clan goo masters beside him also stared with wide-opened eyes. The terrifying horde of beasts suddenly slowed down, and then stopped moving forward. An uncountable beast group was tens of thousands of steps away from the village wall. They were restless and staring at the village covetously. Ni clan goo masters looked at each other, bewildered and uncertain. A hill tiger came out of the group. Hill tigers were mutated beasts. They were huge and extraordinary, like a small hill. Fang Yuan was lying on the hill tiger's back, squinting his eyes as he looked at Ni clan's people. Seeing Fang Yuan, Ni clan's goo masters gasped. The other 3 clans did not want to give up. They fought 3 against 2 and forcefully joined the next round of the bet. Thus, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years, until now, the 5 Xiang's ancestors have already passed away, but the bet between the 5 clans is still ongoing. So it was like this. This was the first time he had heard of this 1,000-year-old secret. She was tongue-tied. After a long while, she accepted it, sighing, That means to say, if not for this bet, wouldn't our southern border have 5 more super forces? But Zai shook his head. Among the 5 Xiangs, there are lone immortals and demonic path members. Developing clans is something that only righteous path goo immortals have the patience to do. Our Qi clan is Qi Xiang, then who are the other 4 Xiangs? Qi asked. Zai said everything he knew. Qi Xiang, Ni Xiang, Bai Xiang, Shui Xiang, and Qi Xiang are collectively known as the Sky Inspecting 5 Xiangs. The place I am going to next is where Ni Xiang's descendants are. Granduncle, why are you going to Ni Xiang? Zai hesitated before laughing. Forget it, there is no harm in telling you. Recently, a huge event happened in Southern Border's Goo Immortal world. A large number of Goo Immortals died mysteriously on Tian Mountain. Our Qi clan also had an ancestor who died there. So this time, we are looking for the current generation Ni Xiang. We want him or her to help us deduce the truth. Tian Mountain? Qi gasped. Regardless of Fang Yuan's previous life, the Battle of Tian Mountain in this life involved both immortal and mortal worlds. Thus, Chi had heard of it long ago. But what she knew was that Southern Border's forces had sent mortal experts to attack Tian Mountain, to eradicate the demonic path and defend the righteous path. In Southern Border, the demonic path had never established their forces on such a large scale. Thus, they were attacked by the righteous path. Qi Zai told Qi He about the bet on Tian Mountain. Qi He understood now, so this was the truth. She muttered, "The difference between immortal and mortal is like the difference between clouds and mud. Those rank 4 and 5 experts are merely chess pieces of the immortals." This truth had a huge impact on Qi He, who had just become an immortal. Qi Zai heard this and laughed in his heart. When a Gu master becomes an immortal, it was not just a change in strength and cultivation, it was also a change in mentality. Right now, Qi Zai was using the matter of Tian Mountain to speed up Qi He's transformation and adapt to her new identity. He was speechless. Only the Qi Grand Lion continued to move. There was silence between Qi Zai and Qi He. The surrounding clouds rumbled, heaven and earth shook. Because a Gu formation had already been set up between the seats, there was not even a trace of wind or any noise. How could a mortal witness such a scene? Qi He saw this. She felt that the world was vast, mortals were like ants, the indescribable feeling in her gradually faded. She thought, "That's right, I am a Gu immortal now, I am no longer a mortal. Mortals and immortals are different, I need to remember this." Consoling herself, Qi He's emotions gradually calmed down. A subtle change occurred in her mind. Qi Zai nodded inwardly, speaking, "Actually, after thousands of years, among the descendants of the heaven-surveying 5 Xiangs, our Qi clan is the most prosperous. Shui Xiang's descendants have gone extinct because they cultivate blood path. Shui Xiang's descendants are hiding in their immortal apertures like pigs and dogs. They do not want to improve themselves and are lazy. They are not worth mentioning. Bai Xiang's last branch has also died in recent years. And Ni Xiang's tribe, even though there are several branches in Southern Border, there are no longer any Ni clan Gu immortals." But at this moment, the stronghold had already been reduced to ruins. Blood was everywhere, corpses were everywhere. Not only were there human corpses, there were also the corpses of all sorts of fierce beasts. "How can this be?" Qi He gasped. The energy Grand Lion slowly landed on this bloody ground. Qi clan's 2 immortals covered this battlefield. An intense smell of blood assaulted their noses. Qi He could not bear to look at this terrible scene. Qi Zai had a cold expression as he muttered, "Rotten Mud Mountain soil is special, the blood has not dried up yet, Ni clan was clearly massacred. This happened just a day or 2 ago. There is something strange. There are many types of wild beasts here, this is not an ordinary beast tide. Ni clan is really unlucky to encounter such a beast tide." Qi said. Qi Zai looked at them with a cold gaze. What beast tide? This is clearly a beast tide. There is only one type of beast tide in Rotten Mud Mountain, that is the mud monster beast tide." Qi He was shocked. What? Who was it that was so cruel to do such a heartless thing? Shortly after, she pondered, "This person can control myriad beasts, he has extremely powerful methods. When did Southern Border have such an enslavement path Gu master? This person is not a Gu master, he is a Gu immortal." Qi Zai walked to the center of the village. At the center of the village's ruins, there was a thick layer of black mud. It was completely different from the surrounding bloody ground. This branch of the Ni family has a sludge monster, a wild beast. But now, this mud monster is already dead. No matter how strong an enslavement path Gu master is, just a beast tide cannot do anything to this desolate beast mud monster. It can only be a Gu immortal. Qi Zai said solemnly. Gu immortal? Qi He did not expect it to be a Gu immortal. She had a strange feeling. She had lived for decades but had never seen a Gu immortal. To think that during her tribulation she met her 7th grandpa, and now she found out about the whereabouts of another Gu immortal. "I am a rank 6 Gu immortal now, I am on a different level, The things I come into contact with have also changed drastically. Chi sighed to herself. Chi's eyes' expression became colder. He was here to find the current generation Ni Xiang. But now that Ni clan village was completely slaughtered, his plan had little hope of succeeding. I'd like to see who exactly you are after killing the entire Ni family and running away. Chi's eyes snorted coldly, revealing deep killing intent. You think I can't do anything to you just because you have done this? Ancestor Chi's eyes' methods can be evaluated with common sense? Chi's eye said as he stretched out his right hand. He curled 2 fingers on his right hand, only showing his thumb, index finger, and middle finger. The 3 fingers pressed on the void. It was a light action. Chi did not care about it, but to think that this action would cause such a huge commotion. There was a loud bang. The entire rotten mud mountain shook, and the atmosphere shook violently. The bricks, tiles, and wood in the ruins of the stronghold flew in all directions as if they were being blown by a hurricane. Chi could not help but take a step back. She was tongue-tied by this huge commotion. Howl, howl, howl. A wretched green aura suddenly rose from all over the battlefield. At first, there were only dozens of them, but soon, the number of pale green auras increased rapidly. Hundreds and thousands of them flew around in the air. At once, the entire battlefield was covered in a layer of green light. It was a grand sight. Come! Chi's eye shouted. 3 of his fingers clenched, forming a strong eagle claw. He grabbed at the pale green auras that were flying in the air. These auras felt an extremely strong suction force. Like rivers entering the sea, they flew towards Chi's eye's eagle claw. After dozens of breaths of time, the pale green auras that covered the sky had completely disappeared. They had fused into Chi's eye's eagle claw. Chi's eye's eagle claw no longer had its normal color. It had turned into a strange jade green color. 7th Grandpa, your hand. Your hand? Chi only took one look and felt a chill in her body. A shocking resentment filled her heart. You have just ascended to an immortal. You are still half immortal. Don't get too close. Chi's eye instructed. His tone was still as calm and deep as before. Chi nodded, quickly taking a few steps back and turning her gaze away. Next, she heard Chi's eye's words. These pale green auras are the resentment Chi that filled every corner of the battlefield. That Gu immortal slaughtered Ni clan's entire village. He did not spare anyone. He was extremely ruthless. Ni clan did not have a single survivor. They were filled with immense resentment towards fate and their enemies. These auras. Not only are they left on the battlefield, they are also wrapped around the culprit. Go in, Chi's eye shouted. At the same time, he let go of his eagle claw. His jade green right palm slammed towards the black mud below his feet. In an instant, all of the resentment Chi followed Chi's eye's action. They were slammed into the mud. This was not ordinary mud. It was the corpse of a desolate beast mud monster filled with earth path Dao marks. Chi path has a long history. Xiaohe, look closely. This is one of the most powerful methods of our Chi clan. Chi's eye could not conceal his pride in his tone. Swoosh. Under Chi's eye's method, the mud surged up, forming into a huge mud ball. The thick mud ball floated in the air, rotating on its own. On the surface of the mud ball, there were countless faces. These faces were filled with anger and hatred. Chi's eye opened his mouth and breathed out a mysterious aura. The aura fused into the mud ball. It quickly transformed into a monster made of mud. The mud monster roared, "Kill! I will kill you!" Did someone from the Ni family come back to life? Chi exclaimed. Chi's eye's method was truly unimaginable to her. Ever since Fate Gu was destroyed, there are many revival methods in the world. Chi's eye explained, before asking the crazily roaring mud monster, "What is your name?" The mud monster was still roaring. Its limbs were waving wildly. It was extremely furious. Chi's eye frowned, asking again. The mud monster ignored him. It cursed, "Murderer! You forced my grandfather to death. I will tear you to pieces." Chi's eye snorted coldly. His thoughts moved rapidly. The mud monster was created by him. It was under his control. Who are you? You are also the murderer. I will also. The mud monster's body shook. Like it was struck by lightning, countless mud spots fell off its body. The cursing stopped, the mud monster calmed down. It looked at Qizai and Qi with its empty eye sockets. Qizai let out a breath of air. He knew this mud monster had a simple mind. It was formed from resentment. Because the goo worm's rank was higher than the goo master's, the goo immortal was like a baby swinging a sledgehammer, not to mention using the sledgehammer to injure others. When the goo master held the sledgehammer, it was a form of injury to the goo master. Like not long ago, when Fang Yuan used the rank 7 sword goo to deal with the desolate beast mud monster, he felt a sense of helplessness. Every time he used the sword goo, he would expend green grape immortal essence. It would surpass 100. Even if Fang Yuan's 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture could produce 16 beads of green grape immortal essence a day, it could not last more than one activation. Fortunately, he had extracted a lot of immortal Yuan stone from the land spirit of Xianxia and replenished his immortal essence. Otherwise, in Ni clan village, against that desolate beast mud monster, he would have to make a fool of himself. I was hesitant at first, but now, it seems that reverse refining these rank 7 sword path immortal goo is a must. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The higher the rank of the goo worm, the rarer it was, and the more valuable it was. But because of his current situation, Fang Yuan had no choice but to reverse refine these rank 7 immortal goo, lowering their rank from rank 7 to rank 6. This way, they would be more suitable for Fang Yuan. He could activate them at will. My refinement path attainment is only SOS. It is best to ask the land spirit of Xianxia to reverse refine the immortal goo. Although his personality has changed, he is still the obsession of long-hair ancestor. As long as I am willing to spend the sect contribution points, it won't be difficult to get him to act personally. Fang Yuan continued to ponder. Reverse refinement of immortal goo had a higher success rate than normal refinement. However, the possibility of failure was still very high. Therefore, asking the land spirit of Xianxia to take action was better than asking Fang Yuan to do it himself. He was more confident. I wonder how many of my rank 7 sword path immortal goo will be left after reverse refining them? Even if all of them are left, with just these sword path immortal goo, they won't be able to survive. That won't work either. Fang Yuan recalled his battle with the desolate beast sludge monster. Even though he used rank 7 sword path immortal goo, his opponent was a mud monster. The sludge monsters were different from other fierce beasts. Ordinary desolate beasts had flesh and blood, skin and bones. It had an obvious fatal weakness. But the sludge monster was different. It was covered in mud. It was only because it was filled with earth path Dao marks that made it different. Fang Yuan's flying sword immortal goo was specialized in dealing fatal blows. When activated, it was only a foot long and several fingers wide silver sword. Even though it was extremely sharp and easily pierced through the sludge monster, it could not cause huge damage. Thus, in that battle, even though Fang Yuan had the upper hand, he felt very stifled. Even if he won, the green grape immortal essence that he expended was far beyond Fang Yuan's bottom line. Flying sword immortal goo is Bo Qing's most commonly used immortal goo. Bo Qing used it as the core to create many immortal killer moves to deal with all sorts of situations. In the previous battle, if I had a sword path killer move, I would have been able to split flying sword immortal goo's strength into countless parts and form a sky full of sword rain. The sludge monster would not have been my match. Thus, Fang Yuan not only needed to reverse refine sword path immortal goo, he also needed to collect sword path killer moves. As for creating his own, he could forget about it. He could not use wisdom goo, or rather, he had not found a way to use it. His sword path attainment level was also almost blank. But if he used jewel yellow skies to transport them, not only would jewel yellow skies be too open, Fang Yuan would be hunted down by countless people. Just the cost of using jewel yellow skies was extremely expensive. If Fang Yuan forcefully used jewel yellow skies, just the cost of transporting the rank 8 wisdom sword Gu would make all of his hard-earned cultivation resources go to waste. It was far from enough. Are you sure you want to refine fixed immortal travel? Land Spirit of Langia asked again. Fang Yuan sensed something amiss. He frowned. What? Is this beyond your capabilities? Land Spirit of Langia shook his head. I have no intention of going back on my agreement with thieving heaven demon Venerable. But even though I have divine travel Gu and other supplementary Gu materials, I lack the most crucial material. Can you guess what it is? Fang Yuan thought about it and frowned. Is it the light of the immemorial era? That's right. Land Spirit of Langia replied. No matter what Gu recipe you use to refine fixed immortal travel, all of these Gu recipes required a crucial Gu material that was the light of the immemorial era. Light itself is hard to capture and store. Immemorial antiquity surpassed olden antiquity and remote antiquity. It was the era of Renzu. At that time, the entire world only had Renzu and his 10 sons. No matter what Gu recipe you use, it won't work? Fang Yuan knew that Land Spirit of Langia would not lie to him, but he was still unresigned. Of course, Langia Land Spirit answered firmly and directly. I have 2 sets of fixed immortal travels immortal Gu recipe. I have seen more than 10 fixed immortal travel remnant recipes. No matter which Gu recipe it is, it cannot bypass the light of the immemorial era. At most, the only difference is the amount of light of the immemorial era in each Gu recipe. Fixed immortal travel is a top-tier Gu. It has great use. If not for this, it would have already been refined by others. How could it be yours? Fang Yuan heard this and realized how lucky he was to refine fixed immortal travel back then. Back then he had used Xiao Mang's extreme light Gu. But now, Xiao Mang was already dead. Because Xiao Shan and Xiao Mang were pawns chosen by Xiao Clan's supreme elder. These 2 were living Gu immortal seeds, but as mortals, they were pawns. Even at death's door, they did not understand the truth of Tian Mountain. Once Xiao Mang died, extreme light Gu was destroyed as well. Xiao Mang is dead, not even his soul was left. Where can I get the light of the immemorial era? First Supreme Elder, if I use the light of wisdom, can I think of a fixed immortal travel immortal Gu recipe that does not need the light of the immemorial era? Fang Yuan asked. Regarding rank 9 immortal Gu, Land Spirit of Langia was not sure. After all, he was only a rank 8 Gu immortal when he was alive. From this, it could be seen that the rank 7 Gu immortal Qi Zai had extraordinary methods. An Jian's fist fiercely hit Fang Yuan. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan's figure dissipated. He turned into a lump of clouds. Qi, he gasped. She had a surprised expression. She did not expect this. Qi Zai was not surprised. He looked to his right and flicked his finger. Mortal killer move, divine flick. A Qi pellet only the size of a thumb, but it was too fast. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time. He was hit by Qi Zai. This time, he finally revealed his true body. Qi Zai breathed in again. An Jian's waist was coiled with a thick translucent Qi current. The Qi current revolved around his waist. An Jian's speed rose by several times. Hand over your life. An Jian shouted, charging towards Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan frowned. His whole body was covered in a layer of lion fur armor. The divine flick earlier did not cause any damage to him, it only forced him out. He is actually a Qi Path Gu immortal? He thought. Qi Path had a longer history than Strength Path. It had also declined much more than Strength Path. To think that he would meet a rare Qi Path Gu immortal in southern border. No wonder he was caught. The truth of him slaughtering Ni clan was also exposed. Qi Path, which had a long history, naturally had secret methods that Fang Yuan could not understand. But what does my slaughtering of Ni clan have to do with these two Gu immortals? In my memories, Ni clan does not have any Gu immortal ancestors. Fang Yuan was puzzled. Ni Jian attacked again. Fang Yuan felt a headache. He had already fought against the desolate beast mud monster earlier. This mudman monster had no fatal weakness. Even if he used the rank 7 immortal Gu flying sword, it had little effect. But this did not mean that Fang Yuan had no way to deal with it. His body swayed as he counterattacked. He raised both his palms, be it the back or the center of his palms, they were covered in a layer of frost. Fang Yuan's palm lightly landed on Ni Jian's body. Ni Jian's attacks were rough, but Fang Yuan's movements were like falling leaves in the wind, agile and ethereal. Ni Jian lacked battle experience. In close combat, he could not even touch Fang Yuan's sleeves. In contrast, Fang Yuan's moves were exquisite and nimble. His frost palms continued to land on Ni Jian's body. Soon, Ni Jian's body was covered in a layer of frost, his attack speed fell, and the translucent qi currents coiling around his waist were dispersed by Fang Yuan's palm. Fang Yuan had immortal Gu, but they were rank 7 and could not be used easily. Thus, he picked up the mortal killer move Lion Fur Armor as a temporary measure. Earlier, white clouds surged and now, frost palms, they were both outstanding mortal killer moves. The former came from Tai by Yunxing, while the latter came from Xianxia. Tai by Yunxing cultivated Time Path primarily and Cloud Path secondarily. He often conversed with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan thus grasped his mortal methods. As for Xianxia, before rebirth, Fang Yuan had obtained his soul and soul-searched it. At that time, Xianxia's soul had been tampered with by Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan could not find any information about Shadow Sect, but Xianxia's growth, cultivation experience and so on were all found out by Fang Yuan. These were all used by Fang Yuan. As for the Gu worms needed for mortal killer moves were supplied by Land Spirit of Xianxia. Earlier, when Fang Yuan slaughtered Ni clan, he had used the desolate beast mud monster to practice. Qi Zai saw that Ni Jian, who had rank 6 battle strength, was being toyed with by Fang Yuan. His expression sank as he used the mortal killer move Divine Flick again, shooting out countless qi pellets. These qi pellets were extremely fast. After Fang Yuan dodged several times, seeing that he could not dodge, he stopped dodging and used Lion Fur Armor to take it. The limit of Lion Fur Armor's defense was beyond Qi Zai's expectations. He snorted coldly as he changed his method, waving his palm and slashing at Fang Yuan from afar. Every time he made a move, a blade of qi would be created. Lion Fur Armor could only withstand 2 qi path slashes. Fang Yuan used another method. A layer of black oily sticky liquid appeared on the surface of Lion Fur Armor. The qi blade slashed at the black oil. The attack was stopped and its sharpness decreased greatly. When it hit the Lion Fur Armor, the effect was reduced by 60%. This layer of black oily defensive killer move came from He Cheng. After Fang Yuan captured He Cheng, he soul-searched him and obtained this killer move. He used it now. This was a killer move obtained from soul-searching. Most of them had been cultivated countless times. Although it could not raise Fang Yuan's attainment level, the cultivation experience gained from nowhere allowed Fang Yuan to take a shortcut in cultivation. As long as Fang Yuan practiced a bit, he would be able to use these mortal killer moves with ease. Qi Zai snorted coldly as he breathed out 2 streams of fire qi from his nostrils. The fire qi scattered in the air, turning into a wave of fire that pounced at Fang Yuan. At the same time, Ni Jian fought desperately. Fang Yuan slapped away the mudman that was pestering him. At this time, the fire qi was already very close. He laughed loudly as he used a cloud path killer move. 9 cloud rings appeared around him. It was the defensive killer move from Tai by Yunxing, 9 cloud rings. The fire qi attacked, but was absorbed by the cloud rings. The 4 pure white cloud rings were dyed fiery red. Fang Yuan stretched out his hands, grabbing at the air. Waves of undercurrents gathered at the center of his hands, forming 2 black spheres in the blink of an eye. Mortal killer move, Dark Vortex. Fang Yuan flew forward, throwing dark vortexes at Qi Zai like meteors. Qi He, who was beside Qi Zai, shouted in shock. sensing the danger contained in the dark vortexes. Qi Zai retaliated, using qi blades, qi pellets, and the fire qi that came out of his nose. Both sides fought back and forth, they were locked in a stalemate. Qi He felt dizzy, she could not adapt to the Gu Immortal's fighting style. She had just become an immortal not long ago. When she was a mortal, she fought on the ground. She had never fought like this, sometimes flying, sometimes descending, and sometimes flying. I am almost certain that the other party is a Qi Path Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan fought as he observed, collecting information. After fighting for a long time, Qi Zai sat calmly on the Qi Grand Lion's back. Even if Fang Yuan's dark vortexes and other killer moves penetrated his fire qi net and hit his body, they would be blocked by the tough qi that he condensed. Qi Zai had the upper hand, but he was not as calm as he looked on the surface. What is going on? This lad, which path does he cultivate? Qi Zai became more confused as he fought. He was a little dazed. Chapter 1048. Fang Yuan's situation was especially strange. Qi Zai could not help but pay attention to it. What kind of Dao marks does he have? Why can he use killer moves of all paths to amplify his strength without any loss? Qi Zai looked like he had everything planned out, but he was actually thinking hard in secret. According to what I know, only one person in history has achieved this. That is Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. In human history, there were a few demon venerables. Reckless Savage, he created Strength Path and was the ancestor of Strength Path. He also cultivated Transformation Path. According to the records in history, he could transform into countless forms, and his Dao marks could be changed at will. For example, when Reckless Savage Demon Venerable turned into a Lightning Wolf, he could use a Lightning Path killer move. When he turned into a swamp crab, he could use an Earth Path killer move, unaffected by the suppression of other Dao marks. And ordinary Transformation Path Gu Masters could only cultivate one Transformation Path. For example, in Northern Plains Imperial Court Contest, Cheng Long and Cheng Hu could only transform into a dragon and a tiger. As for Transformation Path Gu Immortals, like He Lang Zi who had fought with Fang Yuan, he could transform into 3 different wolf forms, each with different Dao marks. But when he changed forms, he had to wait for a period of time and use methods to clear the original Dao marks, to prevent the Dao marks of different paths from interfering with each other. This drawback had troubled all Transformation Path Gu Masters and Gu Immortals since ancient times. Except for one person. That was Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. He seemed to be able to transform at will, disregarding the interference of Dao marks. Unfortunately, after Reckless Savage Demon Venerable died, his method was not passed down. Countless wise sages and geniuses tried to comprehend Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's method, but they all failed, gaining nothing. Don't tell me this enemy in front of me just happened to inherit this crucial transformation path inheritance of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable? Qi Zai thought of this and felt a fire burning in his heart. Other than this explanation, he could not think of any other possibility. Of course, Gu Master cultivation is complex and unpredictable. There are all sorts of people. They have as many methods as the stars in the night sky. They cannot be estimated with common sense. Qi Zai squinted, still calm. Actually, he had guessed that Fang Yuan had obtained Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true inheritance, but he had underestimated Fang Yuan. The reason why Fang Yuan was able to reach such a level was because of his ability. Because Spectral Soul had refined rank 9 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. This Immortal Gu was not ordinary. Not only was it the crucial treasure for Spectral Soul's revival, it was also the foundation for him to surpass all the Venerables in the future. Back then, after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died, he was unwilling to accept the current situation. Therefore, he established the Shadow Sect and painstakingly planned for it. During this period, not only did he organize everything he had learned in his life, but he also searched for countless inheritances. Among these inheritances, there were Gu Master inheritances. There was no lack of good products. Spectral Soul gained a lot of inspiration and new ideas. There were also Gu immortal inheritances and even many venerable inheritances. Even the most mysterious Red Lotus demon venerable, Shadow Sect could obtain a true inheritance he left behind. What about the other supremacies? Spectral soul-controlled Shadow Sect, he also created Zombie Alliance in the 5 regions. After tens of thousands of years, he accumulated and researched, he paid a lot of effort and sacrifices. In the end, Wuxia, Tai by Yunqing, and He Lulan were surrounding an ancient soul beast corpse, making use of their time to search for the soul core in the soul beast's body. In the soul beast's body, there was a soul core. It was only the size of an egg, but it contained a large number of soul path Dao marks. It was a great Gu material. Other than that, the soul beast's corpse would dissipate with time. There was no use for it. Where is it? Tai Bai Yunsheng was wholeheartedly searching for the soul core. He Lulan spoke, seemingly unintentionally praising. The Gu formation set up here is actually so powerful. In just a short while, even with immortal Gu's soul howl, this ancient soul beast could only die. Wu Xie did not speak, he frowned deeply. This is Providence's fault. It lured this ancient soul beast here. This time, even though I killed this soul beast, I also used the Gu formation. The more the Gu formation is used, the greater the danger of this place being exposed. After all, Central Continent's Celestial Court will definitely use all sorts of methods to search for me. At this time, sure news secretly transmitted to him. Wu Xie analyzed, Not long ago, Land Spirit of Lengya used Jewel Yellow Skies to transmit Dark Limit Immortal Gu to Fang Yuan? This immortal Gu belonged to my Shadow Sect, but unfortunately, it was destroyed after Jiang Yu's death. Afterwards, Land Spirit of Lengya created Langya Sect, and for the convenience of the sect's Gu immortals, he refined Dark Limit Immortal Gu. This Gu can conceal its aura against Providence. That's right. I am being targeted by Providence. Fang Yuan's situation is definitely worse. He might even be chased by Gu immortals. Wu Xie made a casual guess, but he was right. However, Qizai's pursuit of Fang Yuan had no results. Both sides fought in the 5 regional mountain range. Fang Yuan was heavily injured, but because of his low cultivation level, he could move more freely and escaped from Qizai's pursuit. Qizai saw that Fang Yuan had escaped without a trace, and his condition was not good. He had no choice but to return. When he was about to leave the 5 regional mountain range, he saw Qi. 7th Grandpa, you are back. Granddaughter was very worried. Qi was pacing on the spot, quickly welcoming Qizai after seeing him. Qizai felt warmth in his heart, but his expression sank as he reprimanded, Silly. I told you to stay with the Qi Grand Lion. Why didn't you listen and come here? This is a dangerous place. Qi's footsteps paused. She slowly walked towards Qizai and lowered her head, saying apologetically, Granddaughter was wrong. Qizai nodded. That person was already heavily injured by 7th Grandpa. He was lucky to escape. But if I see him again in the future, I will not upug. Qizai suddenly gasped. He opened his eyes wide, staring at Qi. A dark flying sword pierced through his forehead, the sharp tip protruding from the back of his head. Chapter 1050. 5 Regional Mountain Range. 5 rays of light shone into the sky all year round. The entire mountain range was divided into 5 distinct regions by the 5 colored lights. The purple-black light was the imitation of Southern Border's Miasma Regional Wall created by Restriction Master Tao Zhu. The green mountain range was the imitation of Northern Plains' Licorice Regional Wall. The red part came from Western Desert's Raging Flame Regional Wall. The dark blue was Eastern Sea's Blue Water Regional Wall. As for the White Gold Mountain Range, it was Central Continent's Sage regional wall. Rank 7 Chi Path Gu Immortal Chi Zai had died in the White Gold region of the 5 regional mountain range. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, taking out Flying Sword Immortal Gu that was stuck in his forehead. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was originally shining with silver light, but now it was dark and had no aura. This was Immortal Killer Move Dark Assassination. This move was extremely concealed. When activated, there was no aura of a rank 7 Immortal Killer move, no one could sense it. Once activated, the sword would be extremely fast, like a thunderbolt. The only flaw was that the attack range was small, it had to be within 100 steps of the user. This distance was too short. Compared to ordinary Immortal Killer moves that had an attack range of 100 li or even 1,000 li, it could not compare. Thus, Fang Yuan took a risk and used Familiar Face to disguise himself, getting close to Chi Zai. The closer he was, the higher the chance of killing Chi Zai. Thus, Fang Yuan even purposely fought with Chi Zai and got injured by him, to dispel Chi Zai's suspicions. Chi Zai's death from this move was not in vain, because what Fang Yuan used to deceive him was the famous Familiar Face. Even though it was not the original, it still used rank 8 Attitude Gu as the core. This Gu was activated. It directly affected people's hearts, allowing them to sense Fang Yuan's attitude. It was hard to raise suspicions. Even though Chi Zai was vigilant, it was hard to find a flaw in him. But according to Fang Yuan's shrewdness, from the previous fight, he could see Chi He's weakness. Using Chi He, Fang Yuan took a risk and killed a rank 7 expert with rank 6 cultivation level. This battle result was impressive. If it was an ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortal, they would want to know about it. However, at this moment, Fang Yuan only heaved a sigh of relief. He did not feel proud at all. After rebirth, he had experienced many things. He had seen spectral soul resist the Grand Tribulation. Killing a rank 7 Gu Immortal was a small matter in his eyes. If it weren't for your relentless pursuit, I wouldn't have taken the risk to assassinate you. Fine, let me see why you want to kill me to the end. Fang Yuan grabbed at the air, pulling Chi Zai's soul out of his corpse. Chi Zai cultivated Chi Path, hence his soul. It was just an ordinary Gu Immortal's soul, there was nothing special. His life lamp was extinguished, he was not some shadow sect, even though his soul was indignant and angry. He struggled with all his might, but he could only allow Fang Yuan to do whatever he wanted. Fang Yuan first checked the soul to make sure there was nothing wrong with it. He was stuffed into the 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture. A large number of Soul Path Gu worms landed in the Immortal Aperture. They swarmed towards Chi Zai's soul. Soul Search. While Fang Yuan searched the soul, he continued to use Familiar Face. It gradually turned into Chi Zai's appearance. He did not forget that there was still a rank 6 Gu Immortal, Chi He, outside. Killing her was definitely easier than killing Chi Zai, but to make things easier and to be safe, Fang Yuan decided to use the same method and assassinate Chi He as well. His Familiar Face was not the original version, it lacked change form Immortal Gu. He used thousands of mortal supplementary Gu to replace it. But Fang Yuan encountered a group of cloud beasts, and they were all ancient cloud beasts, each with rank 7 Gu Immortal battle strength. When ancient cloud beasts did not move, they were like floating clouds, they were hard to detect. Even though Fang Yuan had been using investigative methods, he did not have the relevant Immortal Gu, he only had mortal killer moves. Thus, he entered the alert range of the ancient cloud beasts. After an intense battle, he barely escaped. But the ancient cloud beasts did not intend to let Fang Yuan go, they chased after him relentlessly. In his vision, a purple-black color appeared in the mountain range. Southern Border's Miasma regional wall was already in sight. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. But his speed fell. He had stopped using Sword Escape Immortal Gu. The cost of using this Immortal Gu was too high. Right now, Fang Yuan had already used up all of his Xianxia sect contribution points. To save money, Fang Yuan could only activate Sword Escape Immortal Gu intermittently, maintaining a safe distance from the cloud beasts behind him. Without Sword Escape Immortal Gu's help, Fang Yuan used his Mortal Killer move. To speak the truth, this movement speed was very fast, but it could not compare to the ancient cloud beasts. After a while, the ancient cloud beasts had already closed the distance. They were less than a li away from Fang Yuan. Seeing that the cloud beasts were getting closer, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use Sword Escape Immortal Gu again. His speed rose again. He quickly shook off the ancient cloud beasts. The purple-black miasma regional wall occupied most of his vision. Finally, Fang Yuan flew to southern border's regional wall. He entered it without hesitation. There was no obstruction. It was as if the miasma regional wall was just an illusion. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He clenched his fists excitedly. As expected, my guess was right. This sovereign immortal fetus Gu is truly profound. From now on, even without fixed immortal travel, I can travel freely in the 5 regions. Of course, Fang Yuan was not just thinking about this. This can also help me in battle. The battle with Qi Zai earlier was a good example. From now on, I can lure Gu immortal enemies into the regional wall and kill them. But his excitement only lasted for a short while. Soon he frowned again, because he found that the ancient cloud beasts behind him were also moving through the regional wall. They were still chasing him. His guess was verified. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh. As expected, I am so unlucky. Southern border's cloud beasts are extinct. Even if they exist, they are only 1 or 2 desolate level cloud beasts. These ancient cloud beasts that move in groups only appear in white heaven and black heaven. Looks like these ancient cloud beasts are as white as snow. They flew down from the white sky for the sake of breeding the next generation. Actually, cloud beasts were mystical creatures of the immemorial 9 heavens. The cloud beasts of the 5 regions also originated from the immemorial 9 heavens. Cloud beasts had a habit. Once in a while, they would fly down from the immemorial 9 heavens and land in the 5 regions, using the clouds in the sky to store their cloud essence. The clouds that were stored by the cloud essence would not dissipate as long as they were not attacked by external forces. After hundreds of years, these clouds would turn into cloud beasts. The newly born cloud beasts were all desolate beast level. Once they attacked, they would follow their instincts and fly into the sky. After passing through the heavenly wind Qi wall, they would return to their origin, the immemorial 9 heavens. During this process, the cloud beasts would be blocked by the heavenly wind Qi wall. They would be hunted by fierce beasts along the way. They would be harmed by all sorts of natural phenomena. Seeing this, someone among the Eastern Sea Gu immortals laughed. That's right. You know what's good for you, get lost. Someone else shouted, friend ahead, why don't you help us, we will reward you later. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed. He only wanted to return to Xianxia blessed land quietly. Why did he encounter so many troublesome matters along the way? He did not want to get involved, but these troubles took the initiative to stick to him. Friend, this is the crucial information of the inheritance. If you obtain it, your cultivation level will rise rapidly. You will become an immortal above immortals. The blood path Gu immortal threw an information path Gu worm towards Fang Yuan, trying to entice him. Fang Yuan shouted coldly, get lost. With a wave of his hand, a strong wind blew the Gu worm apart. At the same time, his body suddenly flew into the sky. The blood path demonic cultivator could not plot against Fang Yuan. Seeing this, he felt despair. He suddenly shot out a mystical light towards Fang Yuan. I have already handed the key to the inheritance to this person. If you want the fortuitous encounter, killing me is useless. The blood path demonic cultivator shouted as he turned around and retreated in the opposite direction. The mystical light was extremely fast, approaching Fang Yuan. Fong Yuan snorted coldly. He did not want to get involved in trouble, he shouted. I have something to do, don't provoke me. Saying so, he activated Sword Escape and Sword Light, these two rank 7 Immortal Goo. Sword Escape raised his speed, while Sword Light Immortal Goo directly slashed the mystical light, shattering it. Ah, 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo. Who is this person? The dense group of snow monsters made him feel increasingly helpless. To get rid of these snow monsters, it seems that I need to borrow an immortal Yuan stone from the land spirit of Xianxia. Fong Yuan was not willing. The previous transaction had already cleared his debt, but he had no choice now. He could only borrow again. The snowstorm that had weakened earlier, it started to get stronger again. Palm-sized snowflakes fluttered in the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. They wreaked havoc everywhere. 2 ancient ruin bats started to form in the wind and snow. Fong Yuan's body shook, his expression was ashen as he cursed internally, I might as well die, how is this an earthly calamity? Even a heavenly tribulation isn't this terrifying. Of course, this was just a simple complaint. After venting a little, Fong Yuan gritted his teeth and shot forward like an arrow. He took the initiative to attack. That ancient ruin bat had nearly taken his life. If 2 of them appeared at the same time and surrounded Fong Yuan, there was no way he could continue fighting. It seemed that the power of the earthly calamity was starting to weaken and was nearing its end. The two ancient ruin bats took form slowly and were not as fast as the previous ones. Feng Yuan planned to take the initiative while the two ancient ruin bats were still forming. But at that moment, a snowstorm suddenly fell from the sky. There were several huge snowballs. Like a carriage, they came crashing down at high speed. Fortunately, Feng Yuan had quasi-grandmaster flying attainments. He dodged in time and was not hit. Feng Yuan took a closer look and saw that the culprits were the snow monsters on the ground. After being nurtured by the wind and snow, the number of ancient snow monsters increased exponentially. Previously, there were only a few, but now, there were 28 of them. These ancient snow monsters clenched their fists. They could form snowballs out of thin air. After roaring, they shook their arms. The carriage-sized snowballs moved like meteors. They flew into the air and attacked Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. These two ancient ruin bats were not easy to deal with. Now that these snowballs were coming at him fiercely, they were obstructing his movements. If they delayed his battle plan and allowed the two ancient ruin bats to form, Feng Yuan's tribulation would end in failure. Just as Feng Yuan was undergoing tribulation in his immortal aperture and was in a dangerous situation, in the icy plane, someone was undergoing tribulation as well. This was a Gu Master's immortal ascension. He attracted heaven and earth chi, forming a tribulation. "Master, save me!" The Gu Master screamed. Facing the frost lightning, he had no strength to retaliate. He could only watch as death descended upon him. But a soft sound echoed. At the crucial moment, a figure blocked the tribulation Gu Master. To the Gu Master, the frost lightning was unstoppable, but in front of this figure, it was as fragile as paper. The frost lightning disappeared as quickly as it appeared. It returned without any effect. Not even a corner of that figure's clothes were damaged. Master's cultivation level is so high. The Gu Master was filled with shock. Since the start of the tribulation, he had been in awe and shock. He was already numb to it. This is just a flying frost jumping lightning tribulation. It is not even one of the 10 great catastrophes. Gu Immortal Chu Du was expressionless. He looked at the remaining frost lightning in his hand as he said regretfully, "Master, from what you are saying, it seems like this tribulation is not strong enough?" The Gu Master said. Chu Du said frankly, "When a Gu Master ascends, heaven and earth chi will enter their body. During this process, they will come into contact with Providence. If the Gu Master asks any questions about cultivation, Providence will answer them. This is what people call natural inspiration." He looked around. He was lying on the sand. There were rocks, corpses, and scattered goods around him. The tornado stopped? I actually survived. Han Li was stunned before becoming overjoyed. "Without me, how could you have survived?" The old man smiled. "Han Li, thank you for saving my life." Han Li quickly bowed, expressing his gratitude sincerely. The old man nodded. "Back then, before I became an immortal, I was in the same situation as you. Today, you were swept into the tornado because of me. I lost the duel with Tianjin in the end. Before I die, I will pass on my life's true inheritance to you." Central Continent. Inside Broken Sword Valley. Where did the sword Chigu go? Chase it? This sword Chigu is mine. Don't even think of taking it away. A group of Gu Masters shouted. They formed a group of people as they charged out of the valley. "Lad, make way. Those who block the way will die." Hong had just arrived at the entrance of Broken Sword Valley when he saw a large group of Gu masters acting like madmen. They charged over. Among them were rank 3 and 4 experts. Hong Yi's expression turned pale. He quickly escaped and made way. The group of Gu masters stirred up a cloud of dust. They charged past Hong Yi. What is going on?" Hong Yi mumbled, his heart was pounding. The conversations of the passers-by helped him resolve his doubts. "I heard that is a rank 4 sword Chigu. No wonder so many people are fighting over it. Let's go in, maybe we can find a rank 4 sword Chigu." Wishful thinking. How long has this Broken Sword Valley been formed? There might only be one rank 4 sword Chigu. Don't think too much. Sword Chigu, rank 4? Hong Yi's heart shook, his gaze was filled with envy. He quickly ran into the valley. He had explored this valley long ago, but previously, it was not like this. It turned out that before the Battle of Tian Mountain, when immortal zombie Bo Qing appeared, he came from the bottom of falling heavenly river's source. Countless sword lights shot out. A ray of sword light landed here and split the mountain range into two, forming the landscape of the valley. This was the origin of Broken Sword Valley. At first, people did not pay much attention to it, but soon, Central Continent's Gu masters discovered that wild sword path Gu worms were appearing in this valley. As it turned out, the sword lights back then were not ordinary. Each sword light contained sword path Dao marks. After the sword lights landed here, the sword path Dao marks were carved in the valley, creating a special environment that nurtured more and more wild sword path Gu worms. Paper could not contain fire. More and more Gu masters came here to search for treasures. The scene earlier was the rank 4 sword Chi Gu being discovered by someone, causing a commotion as it escaped. Rank 4 wild Gu worms are extremely rare. Even if I find one, I might not be able to capture it. It is too dangerous. Hong Yi thought as he carefully searched the valley. He gradually moved away from the crowd. At an inconspicuous corner, he saw a shocking scene. An ordinary caterpillar was molting. But the amazing thing was, the caterpillar's hard shell was shining with light. Hong Yi was dazed for a moment. Before recognizing the scene, he was overjoyed. Good luck, Path. I actually encountered the moment when a worm is evolving into a Gu. The aura that was being emitted was so strong. I wonder if it is rank 4 or rank 5 Gu. Hong Yi did not wait for the caterpillar to finish molting. He quickly went forward and caught it. He immediately moved to a safer place, activating his primeval essence and refining it. A moment later, he succeeded and obtained a strange rank 5 sword path Gu worm. It was black and palm-sized, like a miniature sword sheath. Rank 5 sword sheath Gu. What is the use of this Gu? Even though I obtained a rank 5 Gu, my primeval essence cannot keep up. I cannot use it. You also need to listen to my guidance, otherwise, you will die tomorrow. Fang Jing's expression was ashen, but he did not retort. He clenched his fists, falling into a deathly silence. 2 hours later, he started to refine the goo again. Fang Yuan slowly gave pointers. Fang Jing did not say a word, but followed Fang Yuan's instructions without going against them. Finally, when the night sky brightened, Fang Jing succeeded in refining the river-swallowing toad. Cloud cover continent. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. The interior rain in front of him was finally processed by him. It seemed to have frozen, turning into an almost transparent green jade. But the truth was, processing the immortal material to this state was not as simple as freezing. There were more than 50 steps involved, over 20 goo refinement methods and 13 mortal refinement path killer moves were used. Moreover, the goo refinement goo immortal had to complete it within 5 minutes. After Fang Yuan wasted 3 pots, he finally had some success with the 4th basin of interior rain. At this time, a fake will flew in front of him. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over it. After confirming it was harmless, he kept the fake will in his mind. Soon, the corners of his mouth curled up into an almost imperceptible smile. In order to survive, Fang Jing can only act according to my will. Even though he hates me to the core, he can only do this to survive. Every time he relies on my guidance to survive, he feels humiliated and angry. But as long as this happens the first time, the rest will follow naturally. As the number of times increases, he will gradually become numb, and even get used to my existence, relying on my help. At that time, it will be the best time to refine blood deity. But his current state of mind is far from being qualified. He needs more training. At the Goo Master cultivation stage, they needed to nurture their aperture and produce primeval essence to activate goo worms. But be it goo worms, goo materials, or yuan stone, these cultivation resources of goo masters all depended on the outside world. At the goo immortal cultivation stage, the immortal aperture could not only produce immortal essence, it could also produce countless resources, and it was very safe and reliable. It was not like the outside world's resources, which needed goo immortals to guard and prevent others from stealing them. The immortal aperture was the safest production base for goo immortals. If they managed it well, it would be a huge help to the goo immortal. It was their main source of support. Because the Dao marks were the same, it could produce the most suitable cultivation resources for the goo immortal. It could help the goo immortal feed goo. Foreign trade could help the goo immortal earn more immortal yuan stone. It could even create new wild immortal goo in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan inspected his immortal aperture. His immortal aperture was divided into 10 layers. It had the layout of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Why was there such a layout? Was it created by spectral soul, or was it formed naturally? Fang Yuan did not know. After all, sovereign immortal fetus goo was not created by him. He was only a lucky person who obtained the final results. Fang Yuan could not be bothered to name the parts. He directly copied the names of the 5 regions and 9 heavens, only adding a small word in front. For example, Kokidahara, Mini Eastern Sea, and so on. After observing for a while, Fang Yuan gradually discovered some small secrets of the sovereign immortal aperture. He found that the sovereign immortal aperture's 5 regions and 9 heavens were not only similar to the outside world in terms of structure, the environment was also very similar. For example, Kokidahara was a flat grassland. There were more wind path Dao marks in the immortal aperture. Or Mini Western Desert, most of the fire path Dao marks were in this area. Southern border had more earth path Dao marks. There were also a portion of poison path Dao marks. After discovering this, Fang Yuan distributed the cultivation resources that he had accumulated earlier. He placed the eerie fire dragon pythons in Mini Western Desert. He placed the dragonfish in Mini Eastern Sea. The regretful spiders were placed in Mini Southern Border. The arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass, and others were placed in Mini Blue Heaven. As for Kokidahara, there were a large number of snow monsters. These were left behind from the first earthly calamity. There were a large number of desolate beast snow monsters, and even ancient desolate beast-level snow monsters. Fang Yuan did not have the time to deal with these snow monsters. He put them aside for now. After all, Kokitahara was empty. There were no other precious resources. For a time, the black hair, yellow hair, and white hair continents on the surface of the sea were filled with excited voices. From the beggars to the nobles, all of them raised their heads and looked at the starlight in the sky with burning and yearning gazes. Every star is emitting dense immortal goo aura. It seems that these are components of the immortal goo house refinement cauldron? Fang Yuan spoke, asking in a guessing tone. The land spirit of Xianxia nodded, saying regretfully, "You guessed correctly. It is a pity that many of the core immortal goo are lost now. If refinement cauldron was complete, the possibility of refining change form immortal goo would be 60%. But so what if it is lost? I do not intend to repair refinement cauldron, so what if it is complete? True strength does not lie in immortal goo. It lies in the goo immortal themselves. Pay attention, I am going to start." At this moment, the Tao marks in the surrounding 100 li were all lit up. The stars in the sky were shining with colorful lights. The land spirit of Xianxia was hovering in the sky. Countless goo worms flew around him. Large numbers of mortal goo materials were refined by him in an instant. The speed was so fast that Fang Yuan felt dazzled just by looking at it. After a while, the land spirit of Xianxia growled, "It is your turn." In an instant, Fang Yuan's vision changed. He replaced the land spirit of Xianxia's position, floating in the sky. And the land spirit of Xianxia was standing at the place where he had just stood, looking up at him. It turned out that in this goo refinement, the land spirit of Xianxia had used a dual immortal goo refinement method according to the situation. The land spirit of Xianxia was in charge of the hairy man goo refinement method, while Fang Yuan was in charge of several important immortal materials in the process. There was no clear difference in priority between the two. They were both equally important. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He had already made sufficient mental preparations. While in the sky, he immediately waved his hands, taking out a large basin of interior rain and started to refine it. The land spirit of Xianxia watched for a while before nodding in satisfaction. Fang Yuan was calm in the face of danger. His foundation was solid. There was a trace of indescribable profundity in his skillful methods. This lad is worthy of being reborn. With his previous life's experience, his refinement path attainment is about to reach Grandmaster level. But it will not be easy to take this step. The land spirit of Xianxia evaluated in his mind. The goo refinement proceeded smoothly. All the steps were done in an orderly manner. Even if there were some accidents, they were small and not worth worrying about. Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Xianxia had made sufficient preparations. Moreover, there were people like Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Xianxia. They could not be considered weak refinement path experts. They could be said to be experts working together. Thus, it was not strange for them to have such progress. After 3 days and 3 nights, the land spirit of Xianxia and Fang Yuan did not sleep or rest. All their efforts turned into an incomplete immortal goo. The land spirit of Xianxia was overjoyed. It seems that the first goo refinement is likely to succeed, as long as there are no mistakes in the last few steps. He had not finished his words. There was a loud rumble in the sky. Thunder rumbled like a drum, resounding everywhere. The immortal goo was about to be formed. The tribulation was about to descend. Fang Yuan's expression changed, but his hands were still as steady as before, controlling a special ice flame to roast the incomplete immortal goo. Don't worry, it is merely a rank 6 immortal goo's tribulation. It is nothing. What? The land spirit of Xianxia's tone suddenly became high-pitched, like a rooster whose throat was being grabbed. If Feng Yuan were to be reborn and change the facts, what would happen then? Central continent, deep in Earth abyss. Wuxia slowly woke up. What happened? Wuxia was dazed for a while before his eyes regained clarity. He remembered everything. Damn it, I failed to refine fixed immortal travel. I used my trump card and greatly increased my luck, but I still could not succeed? I did not succeed now, and my soul's injuries are severe. Wuxia's expression was pale. He clenched his fists. He was annoyed, but also at a loss. He did not know what to do next. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook. The super goo formation that Wuxia was in started to activate rapidly. Oh no! A wisdom path great expert is deducing me. The super goo formation's defense is triggered. Wuxia shouted in his mind, his pale face turned even paler, without a trace of blood. If the goo immortal entering the immortal aperture had too high a cultivation level and too many Dao marks, the immortal aperture might even explode. Just like the immemorial Nine Heavens fragment world, only those with a certain cultivation level were allowed to participate in the exploration. Goo immortals with high cultivation level could not enter. Forcefully entering would only cause the fragment world to explode. There was also a special situation, that was the immortal aperture of an immortal zombie. Everyone knew that an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was a land of death. Time was synchronized with the outside world. The internal space continued to disintegrate. It could be seen as the Dao marks in the immortal aperture scattering and returning to the goo immortal's body. Thus, even if an immortal zombie's dead aperture entered a goo immortal's body, it would be useless. It would not cause Dao marks to be consumed. At most, the immortal aperture's dead land would disintegrate, and the speed at which the immortal aperture's Dao marks would return to the body. Leader 3 immortals had already calculated this situation, thus Wuxia, Tai Bai Yunxing, and He Lulan were all hit by his immortal killer move. Thus, no matter who entered whose immortal aperture, there would still be one person left. He sensed them. While the 3 immortals were thinking, a guess suddenly appeared in their minds. Don't tell me. Someone placed their immortal aperture and hid themselves and the other 2 goo immortals inside? But it is easy for goo immortals to store their immortal aperture, but placing it requires time. It would cause the world to shake. How could they place their immortal aperture so quickly and silently? Goo immortals have countless methods. There are all sorts of strange things. There is always someone stronger. Maybe the other party has a method to quickly place their immortal aperture? This central continent goo immortal thought about it but could not come up with anything. But this did not hinder him from dealing with it. Greater than over equal to for all. My connection was suddenly cut off here. Rather than chasing aimlessly, why don't we stay here and investigate? We can preserve the scene and wait for our wisdom path goo immortals to deduce. The central continent goo immortal said. His suggestion made the other 2 nod their heads repeatedly. No one raised any objections. They are not leaving, it seems they want to stay here. Inside the super goo formation, Tai Bai Yunxing observed as he sighed. These 3 goo immortals are the 3 rank 7 goo immortals that Ancient Soul Sect sent to investigate the super collapse. Master, it is fortunate that you were able to escape. Please heal your injuries quickly. Shirnu urged. He Lulan was silent. Wuxia's expression was extremely ugly, his voice was hoarse. To think that these 3 goo immortals were waiting for me here. Other than researching the calamities and tribulations, Fang Yuan had another goal. He wanted to investigate Xianxia sect and see if there were any traitors. All along, Fang Yuan had this knot in his heart. Shadow sect had planted 2 traitors in Xianxia blessed land. They were both hairy man-gu immortals. When Shadow sect attacked Xianxia blessed land, these 2 hairy man-gu immortals played a crucial role. But other than these 2, are there any other traitors in Xianxia sect? The answer to this question was very important to Fang Yuan. After all, he had already joined Xianxia sect. For a long time in the future, he would need to rely on land spirit of Xianxia to help him pass tribulations and cultivate. He had just started his investigation. He did not have the time or energy before. After flying for some time, Fang Yuan's residence was already in sight. This was a tall and majestic city. Pure white city walls stood tall and majestic. The tall towers had flags flying in the wind. This was a cloud city. On Cloud Cover Continent, there were 12 cloud cities. Each city was a mortal goo house. When activated at the same time, they could form the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. It could cover the whole of Cloud Cover Continent. These 12 cloud cities had been upgraded from the former 12 cloud pavilions. The current land spirit of Xianxia liked extravagance. He was completely different from the previous one. This cloud city in Fang Yuan's vision was allocated to him by the land spirit of Xianxia. It was his residence. The rest of the hairy man-gu immortals, including the land spirit of Xianxia himself, each occupied a cloud city. There were very few residents in the city, but in the future, there would be more and more. Because the land spirit of Xianxia's plan was to start a war between the 3 continents and choose outstanding hairy man-gu masters, moving them to Cloud Cover Continent and nurturing them. Fang Yuan flew to the sky of the cloud city and slowly descended. Several hairy man-gu masters came out to welcome him. They were elites among the hairy man-gu masters. They were chosen by the land spirit of Xianxia and were arranged to stay by Fang Yuan's side. On one hand, it was to take care of the miscellaneous matters in Fang Yuan's life. On the other hand, it was to let Fang Yuan guide their cultivation. Fang Yuan naturally did not care about these hairy men. But the leading hairy man-gu master respectfully reported to Fang Yuan that the 6th city lord had come to visit Fang Yuan. He had already been sitting in the guest hall of the city for a long time. The 6th city lord was Gu Immortal 6th Hair. He was guarding the 6th cloud city. Why is he here? Fang Yuan was puzzled. He came to the guest hall and saw this Gu Immortal 6th Hair. I am 6th Hair. Greetings to the 2nd city lord. I am here to ask for guidance on battle. Gu Immortal 6th Hair greeted as he spoke of his purpose. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his gaze became extremely cold. It turned out that although 6th Hair said this, he secretly transmitted to Fang Yuan. It was a different story. Fang Yuan, I am representing Lord Wuxia to make a transaction with you. Wuxia. Shadow sect. 6th Hair was the traitor. In an instant, many thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind like lightning. Sure. We are all from the same sect. I can't ask for guidance. We can spar. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He had a passionate expression. He dismissed his attendants and asked 6th Hair to sit down. He walked to the main seat and sat down. These few steps were not far. But in Fang Yuan's mind, there were many thoughts. At this time, Sixth Hair showed a difficult expression. To tell you the truth, Fang Yuan, you will need some time to see the immortal goo. You are definitely aware of the situation in the 5 regions. All the Zombie Alliance divisions are being coveted. If Northern Plains' Dark Flow Giant City had not sunk into Earth Trench, it would have been visited countless times already. The Super Goo formation is set up in Dark Flow Giant City. I will need some time to get the immortal goo. But before that, I hope you can provide some immortal materials in advance. Because these immortal materials need to be used to refine goo, the earlier the better. I don't know how long Lord Wuxia can last. Fang Yuan heard this. He laughed coldly in his heart. Sixth Hair's words are a mix of truth and falsehood. Earlier he said that Wuxia was in imminent danger, and now he says that he can still hold on for a while. On the surface, Fang Yuan kept a straight face. He flatly refused. No, that's impossible. I need to pay the immortal materials first. If you don't sell me your immortal goo, wouldn't I be a fool? Don't worry, Fang Yuan. I have already prepared an information path immortal killer move. Bind both sides and not allow either side to go back on their word. Sixth Hair said sincerely. Fang Yuan chuckled and waved his hand and said, don't mention whatever information path means to me. I don't believe in that. Since you were able to subdue He Lulan, you must have removed the Information Path Alliance pact from her, right? As for me, I'm not an information path expert. Wouldn't I be a fool to form an alliance with you guys? This. Sixth Hair fell silent. He understood Fang Yuan's thoughts. If it were him, he would not form an alliance pact with Shadow Sect either. How about this? Sixth Hair quickly thought of a good idea. I will use the information to exchange for some immortal materials. How about that? These information and secrets are extremely valuable to you, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, don't you want to know the limits of Providence? Our Shadow Sect's precious experience in dealing with Providence? And the information on otherworldly demons, and even Xianxia Blessed Land, don't you want to know? Fang Yuan's heart palpitated with eagerness. Providence. After understanding Providence's scheme, how could Fang Yuan not pay attention to Providence? And in this world, who had more authority than Shadow Sect in dealing with Providence? If not for Shadow Sect taking the initiative to trade, Fang Yuan would still be kept in the dark for a long time. As for otherworldly demons, Fang Yuan had always been curious about them. Why did they transmigrate to this place? Who were the otherworldly demons? Did they come from the same place as him? Why could otherworldly demons change the past? And the information on Xianxia Blessed Land. Xianxia Blessed Land had existed for over 300,000 years. What else was hidden in it? To Fang Yuan, who borrowed the power of the land spirit of Xianxia, and also wanted Xianxia Blessed Land, this was extremely important information. Undeniably, this information was extremely valuable. It was a huge help to Fang Yuan. At this moment, the hall became quiet. Both sides were silent. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Sixth Hair waited for Fang Yuan to agree. He was very confident that Fang Yuan would definitely agree. It was all because the temptation of this information was too great for him. Of course, if not for the situation, Sixth Hair would rather die than let Fang Yuan know these secrets. Fang Yuan spoke but changed the topic. I still have something I don't understand. Since there is a Super Goo formation, why did Wuxia and the rest not use the Super Goo formation to escape? Sixth Hair explained honestly, the Super Goo formation can only transport immortal materials.